Hello, greetings, and welcome back to another episode of the People's Ascension. It's Saturday at 2 o'clock. That means it is time for some more D&D. That's what we got going on here. I would like to first give a shout out to all of our new followers here on Twitch, on all of the Discords that I've joined recently. The Hope for TTRPGs, the TTRPG Solidarity. We got a great group of people that's really helping not only myself but so many other great podcasters and streamers and content creators and dice makers and artists and all of that. So definitely check us out on Twitter and definitely stop down at the Discord for this particular channel and say hi and get to know everybody. This is a growing community, and I think it's going to be fun. We just reached affiliate status here on this channel, which Christian here is now celebrating by gifting some subs. So that is now available. We will be working in very short order to get subs actually meaning things, which means emotes and badges, access to the Discord. We just got affiliate status a couple days ago, and I've been through all the legalese and all of that stuff, learning how different things work. So give me a little bit, but in short order, we should have some nice goodies for you. We also have the nice little nifty bit cup down here. If you would like to help support the channel with a one-time donation or bits, we now have those. Also something that I would like to get artists involved with, so that we can celebrate the uniqueness of this channel and your support and other such celebrations. Because this is our first our first affiliate stream. Let's see if I have this set up correctly. Probably not. But let's see if I have this set up correctly. Because I'm not going to say because if I don't, I'm going to look stupid. Let's see here. Come on. We should... Where is it? Here? No, it doesn't look like I do. Oh well. Sound alert? All right, we'll figure that out as we get going. Anyway, let's see. Just normal stuff throughout the week. If you're familiar with following me or this channel, you know what we have going on. We have a complete schedule down in the Twitch schedule section if you want to see what we're doing throughout the week. But as a quick recap, on Tuesdays at 7 o'clock, I'm over at twitch.tv/Studio Temba with my friend Jeff Harvey for some Star Trek Europa, Star Trek Adventures game. We missed last week. We should be good for this week, as far as I know, but definitely check out the Discord and the Twitter in case that changes. He's got a lot going on right now, but it's a fantastic show. Let's see, Wednesdays, we do Wednesday world building right here on this channel. That's at 7 o'clock as well, so if you want to see sort of behind the scenes of what's going on in the creation of this world, and, just help me detail things better, you can stop by on Wednesday for Wednesday world building. Thursdays, we tend to just hang out, play a video game, make some models, chat. So stop by Thursday if you just want to hang out. And then, of course, we have the namesake today, every Saturday at 2 o'clock U.S. Eastern. We have this going on. So I think that's about all I can say for this channel. Let's see here. Yeah, the best way you can help us out is just by going about and telling other people in the community, telling your friends, telling your family, telling your coworkers, telling random people on the street to come watch the People's Ascension. If you think if you think we're a good show, go bring more people into our community so you have more people to talk about our show with. There's also, as I said, bits and tips and Patreon if you want to help support our show. As a new affiliate, I would really like to start getting the channel growing. That means art and music and new shows and new lore drops and all kinds of new stuff I have floating around in my head. But that needs community support, which means people and money for whoever can help out. But let's get started with this because we started a little late, and I know my players here want to actually play this game. So let's get into this episode. It's going to be interesting. Uh, we'll handle the recap. We'll handle the recap in just a second. Let's first start with some quick introductions from our players. That's another thing I wanna work towards getting a full player, a full character description for everybody to run during the opening and intermission title screens. But for now, let's meet our players. Let's go around our normal clockwise circle, beginning with Taylor.
Great. Hi,
Hello.
I'm Taylor. I play Aquila, a Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order.
All right, Steven, hello.
Hi, yeah. I'm Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock, follower of Zadok.
And Arlene.
Hello, my name is Arlene. My character is Tali, the wood elf Tempest cleric.
Next up, we have Christian.
Yeah, what's up? I play Omen, the former soldier and mercenary from Bromveer in War Mage.
All right, and wrapping us up, we have Stephanie.
I'm Stephanie, and I play Sevgi. She's a human sorcerer with draconic ancestry, and that's it.
All right. Yes, and of course, I am Jack, the DM for this show. I'll be pulling all the strings in the background and creating the foundation of this world for my players to explore their story in. So let's get to that story of theirs. Let's recap what we did last week. There were some interesting events and some very important decisions that the players made.
Yeah, important decisions. Yes. Well, I think we started with Aquila going to church.
Yes.
Oh, yes, sorry. I suddenly just blanked on everything that happened last week. Okay, yes, that was last week. Yes, she went to church and
It's been a long week.
was yes.
It has.
It has. But yeah, and she spent pretty much the entire day contemplating loss, which, cheerful stuff.
Sure.
And had a productive time there. I won't say it was a good time because yeah, I mean, thinking about death and stuff is not usually
a church
fun.
of isolation and depression isn't necessarily a good time, but nice and cathartic.
Yeah, it was, like I said, it was productive.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ander was working on trying to
tablet.
figure
let's
out the
have Ander,
tablet.
Ander
Yeah.
talk about his own thing.
Yes, Ander has decided that we have a set of tablets that essentially act like a written walkie-talkie. Anything you write on one appears in the other, which has been very useful, but it's limited by who physically possesses them. So Ander has decided that he is going to try and reverse engineer, essentially, the tablets by, as he has done, he has been shown before the, for lack of a better description, atomic structure of magical items and how they work, and so was trying to focus in on that and figure out the structure of them, the magical structure. Went pretty well, and with his normal creepy covered in oil
Yeah.
byproduct.
Let's see. Omen is also finally out of the Grisindrine Hill Hospital, fully recovered.
Spear free.
Spear free.
Way to be.
Something like that.
Yeah.
For a day or two.
Let's see. After everybody got back together, there, I believe, next was just talking about how to proceed and figuring out what happened to your horses, which didn't go particularly well.
Yeah, so I think our main plan was to go to Dupont to get the Starlands, and then go to Kirkland to talk to Saramov, and then go to Nails Nova to investigate.
Just say get
But-
the Starlands. Because I feel like that undersells it a little bit. Gonna dig up our former comrade's
I
grave.
guess,
Mhm.
but you know, Aquila never denied what she was going to do because she said she
Yeah.
was going to go desecrate a grave.
The
And we were going to go to
Starlands was,
Dupont, dig up our friends. Yeah.
Desecrate, I think, might be overdoing it, but we were going to
It's
have to
technically
assume.
desecration.
it depends on
It's
how you go about
exhumed.
it.
Aquila was literally just going to dig it up. Come on.
Just
We're
go
going to
wolf
grave her
form.
off, basically.
No, because she doesn't do that in the middle of towns. But yeah, just dig it up. It was going to be very practical.
You could say a word or two beforehand.
No.
I was
It's like
all right.
the whole time you're digging, you're just like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Next day was Damas d'Italia, which is show the thieves what you have holiday, basically.
Look at my stuff.
Behold my stuff.
Christian
All
with
of
the best
things
You also
I
get to take
own.
tours through a
best meme.
home sometimes. Yeah.
I think that was you that did the Thor meme, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it
that was
was.
good. That was solid.
That was good.
It
use
was.
of
It's
that- of
perfect.
that meme. Yeah. Let's see. We also kind of wanted to meet with Malxier, but then it's like it wasn't that great.
We got his
thought out
answering
plan.
machine.
So yeah, we got his magical answering machine, which was cool. It's a nifty little trick that Malxier
was
could do.
amusing.
Apparently, yeah, fascinating. I still wonder how that works.
Well,
I could probably
you can
guess,
ask him
but,
next time you see him.
Let's see. We decided to look around for horses a bit. Couldn't find the horses at all.
Just
So
said
we
fuck it
decided
and
just
bought new ones.
that. We also decided, go on a little tour of some houses. Except for Omen. Omen decided to stay in his room and stretch and do a hotel room workout to, loosen up.
Yeah, Aquila didn't go touring either.
She didn't? Okay, I thought she
No.
didn't go. Never mind.
No.
Omen and Aquila. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then
Well, I
what
did
was it?
display some stuff. Did Aquila end up displaying some stuff in the window? Or
She
was that
stuck
just
her
Ollie?
swords in the window mostly because she wanted people to leave her alone.
Yes. All right, let's see. Next day, yeah, we bought 2 horses, named them Skunk and Cinder. We were gonna go to Dupont. Andrew was like keeping his eyes peeled. He saw the army in the distance in the fields of peace, just standing there menacingly. Night went by, kind of uneventful. Next day, we're traveling. Tolly gets a message from Kedra saying that the zombie army kind of like sideswiped Lydiad and is heading westward, probably to Dupont. So we told them to pick up the spear, to get it to Kirkwind, and that we'd meet them there, basically. And we just kind of about face, headed right back to
Genavium.
Genavium. Yeah, after we sent a message to Malkazir asking if he could teleport us somehow from Genavium straight to Kirkwind, which he could. So now we owe him a favor. We sent a message to Regina on the tablet letting her know what was going on. And she basically let us know what they were doing. They were sending Bast to Kirkwind on his own, since he's the fastest rider on horses.
Yep.
And so we're gonna there as soon as possible. We tried to push the horses to get as far as we could. Didn't roll so well for that, so we ended up stopping to rest, I believe.
Right, yeah.
We made it to Genavium the next day. Thought we used sending on Malkazir to see if he could get us through security without too much hassle.
Yeah, without the screening process.
Yeah, and he was able to do that, luckily, because we were getting close. Andrew was at the end of the line, but they were making their way through. He took us to his own tower, to his like own little personal mausoleum. Yeah, said that it was a favor to be called upon later, and then just like, magicked us
Yep,
to
we went grave
uh,
walking.
to Kirkwyn. We popped out just outside of the wall, south of the western gate, and we were gonna go talk to Saramov first and meet Bost halfway. And we were at Saramov's front door. Butler let us in, and that's where we ended.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, that about covers everything, I believe. There's still quite a bit of worry as to
Yep.
what will happen in Dupont.
Oh yeah.
As to
We think that she's tracking the spear, so we're hoping that that they will turn and head to Kirkwood and skip Dupont.
We're
That's another
hoping.
thing that I
We don't
mentioned.
know.
Yeah,
mhm,
we're hoping.
mhm.
Really crossing our fingers there.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's dive into this then. We begin today, relatively early in the day. It is the morning of the 4th of Domastis, Alutis. You have just walked out of some patrician grave in a cemetery just outside the walls of Caerquin to the shock of nearby grievers and other family members and whatnot. Made your way into the city, the second triumvirate capital of the homeland of the Genovian Empire, and made your way to the seemingly growing estate of the People's Ascension's patron, Saramov. It's an opulent building, which you are familiar with, built in the fairly traditional, fairly old style architecture of a Genovian estate, with a new wing coming off on one side. Likely will be mirrored on the other side eventually, to bring it to add more room to the estate and perhaps bring it more into the modern architecture style, adding colonnades and fancier windows and balconies and lattice work and newer style shingles and whatnot. But it is an opulent multi-story building, adorned with whitewood for both its decorative and arcane infused properties of protection and other such. You walk through the main gate outside of this estate, past a very well tended lawn and flower garden. Make your way up to the double doors, the heavy darkwood double doors of this estate, which likewise have the People's Ascension guild symbol on it, which everybody should be familiar with because it is the symbol just below Taylor.
X symbol. Yeah, on my screen, you're
Oh.
below Taylor.
Yeah, no, on Discord, everyone's on different spots. But
I
on the
know,
stream,
yeah.
yes, just in front of our bit cup. Anyway, you push into, or you knock on the door, and very soon after you announce yourself, a familiar, late middle-aged man, little portly, but still sort of scrawny. Gray, thin gray hair, that goes around the back, bald on top, dressed in very nice clothes for somebody of his stature. Possibly a very well treated slave, but more likely simply a servant, a butler of the house. And he greets you and walks you into Saramov's estate. A deep red and gold brocade carpet stretches down the hallway past paintings of what you assume are family members. You can see some resemblance. Busts of historic figures, recreations, other paintings or murals that are recreations of old Genavian battles, depictions of perhaps mythological creatures. And you make it down the hallway past a number of rooms, most of which have closed doors, and he directs you into a familiar parlor that you've been in a few times before. There is, as always, a crackling fire in the quite opulent fireplace. You see, of course, the fireplace is lined with the white wood, the cloudy white wood that seemingly infuses it, at the very least, with an ability to change color and size and warmth and whatnot. The room is furnished with very nice reclining couches in the traditional triclinium style. There is end tables with bowls of fruit and cheeses and sliced dried meat for you. And an equally opulent display of artwork and other commodities along the walls. Butler has you sit down and help yourself to the hospitality of the estate, and says that Saramov will be with you shortly. And he leaves the room, closing the door behind you, and gives you time amongst yourself if there's anything in particular you would like to do before your meeting with Saramov.
Uh,
I don't know that I have anything.
I was going to say, I don't know about everyone else, but yeah, I'm thinking Andrew's probably just kind of like internally fretting over whether this is going to work and draw things away from Dupont, or whether we
Yeah.
are.
Damning Dupont.
To a degree, yes.
Yeah.
And Tyler
Yeah,
will probably
no,
be
it
nervously
feels right
whittling
there,
away
too.
at some piece of wood,
Okay. Fortunately, it's very finely made furniture, and you are not able to peel any pieces off it like you might be able to with some of the cheaper modern day furniture.
Oh, not his furniture. I mean, like her own piece of wood. Not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was confused. It's like, what are you accusing Tali of being destructive?
Never.
That is vandalism,
Never.
and not. It is frowned upon. So
Shatter.
shatter the whole house. Yes.
That would be terrible.
Okay.
But so, no, I don't think we're doing much more than worrying.
Okay. So only a few minutes goes by. This is a meeting that you had previously been informed about a few times. Regina did request that you meet Saramov here in Kerquin to go over the situation. And as you were making your way to Dupont, and it was announced to you that, there was an undead army on the way, one of the things that was discussed was that you were making haste to Kerquin, and had found a way to get there quickly. So, seemingly, this meeting has been set up. A few minutes goes by, and Saramov comes through the doors. He is as I hesitate to use the word regal but as well put together and again, not
Boys?
ostentatious, but yes, boisterous. Very well manicured. Always looking quite fresh. Uh, for somebody of his unusually relaxed style, for probably not a patrician, but a sort of new money nobility. He has, of course, his short, sort of jaw length, shaggy, almost golden blonde hair that is too perfectly disheveled to not be purposely created, purposely styled. His he has his bronzed skin again is almost glistening with a sort of gold sheen to it, some sort of body butter or other such affectation. Perhaps something elven. Uh, you may put together. And he comes in wearing by form a very simple tunic style getup, with high laced sandal boots, something that looks like a mix between uh, ceremonial military parade kit and something an average person would wear day to day, but turned up to a well, something that is worth a lot more money. Various gold and red brocade and other such patterns. Very fine material. He comes in, acknowledges all of you, walks over to the largest of the reclining couches, sits down, sort of posts himself up against the side, and grabs a slice of apple from the pallet, the plate nearby. Good evening, peasants. And he'll begin.
So he starts with that.
Good evening, peasants. No,
Yeah.
no. For one, it's morning, actually.
And he doesn't seem like that type.
Okay, good morning, peasants. No, he doesn't seem like
I
that.
have not gotten that vibe from him.
No. It's definitely interesting, though.
Greetings, all of you. I wish I could say this was under better circumstances. I hear we
Hmm.
have quite a problematic situation brewing.
Indeed. Might be a bit of an understatement.
Hmm.
How
I-
much are you familiar?
I was just going to ask you to fill me in. Not terribly much. I only learned of this situation within. Well, the details of this situation, of course, only last night. Hearing that there was some army of some size marching on my guild hall.
And
You're-
the attached city.
Of
Town.
course, of course.
You're familiar with us finding the corpse or whatever it is of Andrashadid in Dupont,
Regina
however long
was
ago that was.
fairly vague about the details. Stating some level of arcane census discretion. But yes, I am aware that you were on some sort of work which has resulted in some sort of necromantic debacle.
Yes, Malkazir, the Archmage of Necromancy, hired us to. He was performing a dig on the outskirts of the Fields of Peace, searching for the burial mound of Shiloh, the ancient Etrian general. He was concerned that the cult of worms was or would attempt to infiltrate, and had hired us to find out as much as we could. Unfortunately, by the time we discovered them, they were already in the midst of trying to resurrect Shiloh, and we couldn't stop the ritual in time. She rose up with seems like a small army that was buried with her. At the same time, another undead army came from the center of the Fields of Peace. We lost track of Shiloh's army. We thought they were heading towards. Kind of looks at Aquila. What was the name of that?
Neos Noah.
Neos Noah, thank you. We had assumed they were heading towards Neos Noah, but our friend was in a bad spot gesturing towards Omen, and we needed to get him to Genovium for treatment. We later found out that they had not, in fact, hit Neos Noah as we had thought, only the outskirts. While the larger force that had come out of the Fields of Peace seemed to not be moving. We had planned on returning to Dupont. We were fairly certain we actually were in possession of the Spear of the Heavens that Shiloh was named for. And it was actually buried with our former comrade, Linnea. We think she's after that. We had been heading to Dupont to exhume the grave and retrieve the spear in hopes to keep it away from her. My understanding is that that is currently, or has already been done, and Bost is on his way here with the spear. Our hope is that she will, or can sense it, and that it might lead her away from Dupont.
To a more defensible location.
At least until we can figure out something better to do with it.
You have reason to believe she is capable of tracking this.
She seems to know it's in Dupont. Either that or she's just heading there for.
Why else would she head there?
Admittedly, we're making somewhat educated guesses here, but unfortunately, I think that's the best we can do with the information we have.
Now, this is part of that cult of worms business from a while back, correct?
Yes, we found cult members in the graveyard in Dupont. Turns out Andrasha Deed's remains were under the cemetery. We recovered them, and I believe they were being transported either to Carquin or Genovium, I forget at the time. But it seems they had managed to impart some energy to him, and the remains vanished in transport, from what Regina told us.
Forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn here, but this is the first I'm hearing of
Apologies.
Andrasha Deed, the corpse of. What if she's not tracking the spear at all? What if Andrasha Deed had unfinished business in the graveyard in Dupont and raised her for exactly such purposes?
Anders just kind of sitting there,
Oh.
wishing he had thought of that.
I'm gonna say, so Akio's gonna look at him and be like, "You were there. Is there anything that it seems likely he would return for?"
I don't remember seeing anything else down there other than the ritual they were trying to use to, we assumed, resurrect him. Unless it was to do something more extensive. And they need that location, but the cultists didn't really provide us much information at the time, and well, those of us that were there were less competent than we are now. But no, I don't know if anything stands out as being worth anything down there.
So we have an army of some sort, led by one of the greatest warriors our empire has ever faced. Split somewhere between the tiny town of Dupont and chasing Bast on his own, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
Hoping to bring this relic here. I'm fairly
Our
certain,
goal-
unless she has some, and I would not discount it, some hidden means. I would be surprised if she'd be able to amass any force capable of dealing that much damage to Carquin, but Dupont is quite vulnerable.
Which is why our hope was that she would follow the weapon.
Tali heard her say some things that seemed to suggest she knew where it was. At least had some sense of where it was.
It definitely wasn't at Nippon when we found it.
No.
Let's hope she takes this bait, and that Bast's horse is quicker than the dead.
Well, our plan was to meet him on the way if need be, after we
I'm not sure
gave
that
you
would
as much.
really do anything. Because we can't travel faster than he can.
From what I understand, Bast is an accomplished horseman. It's been a day and a half or so.
Something like that.
If you were to leave shortly, you'd probably get to him probably just after the Catullus River.
We knew there was no way we were going to catch up with the army from our position in Genavium, so we had means of arriving here much faster.
That is rather interesting. I'll
Well.
have to pick your brains on that another time.
Yeah. We now owe a favor for it.
The Malkazir.
Well, I was hoping for quite an in-depth debrief and conversation about how to proceed. Perhaps calling in some of my associates. Is that something we have time for, or do you have immediate action you were trying to take?
Other than getting the spear in the walls of the city and hoping that that did something, no. We were actually hoping that talking with you would bring some more insight into the next steps.
We should probably inform some people that they're about the undead that are potentially coming here.
Who have you talked to about this whole situation?
No one here.
Regina, you, and
Aderhast and Malkazir.
That's all.
until we knew exactly where the army was moving, we wanted to avoid starting any mass panics.
Well, I would think a standing enemy arcane army would be something of concern for the Genavian War Council. We should probably alert the capitals.
We also don't have direct lines to many of the leaders.
No, but we
Ourselves.
do know a couple of people.
Well, I should be
Who
able
could
to
probably get word
facilitate
there.
that, but it is every the subject of the Empire's commitment to You know, you could have just spoken with a guard. This is probably something they would have taken quite seriously. A town guard, city militia,
I don't know if
military
I would have
soldier.
believed. I don't know if I would have believed somebody who suddenly came up raving about an army of undead.
The initial
Well, he
Malkazir,
taps his arm where your armband would be. I would like to think that my organization holds some more clout than a random doomsayer on the side street.
I forget I'm wearing it sometimes.
initially, we were trying to keep everything about the investigation under wraps at the request of Malkazir. After the resurrection,
He could be a problem.
we were
Hmm.
after the army showed up, we were simply trying to rush to get ahead of them to some degree. It was more a race for information and trying to figure out their actions at the time. I still feel like we are quite a few steps behind.
Well, 5 people on their own are going to be able to do very little against a general, presumably with what could be an endless army. Your efforts need to be focused more narrowly. But we need the Empire on our side. You can't defend it on your own. I'm not vain enough to think that my fledgling organization will be able to save the world despite its ignorance. I should confer with some of my new associates. I've made some headway into the political happenings of Carquin here. I should be able to call on the pro-council, a few members of the various churches, get a meeting with a proper legate.
I had the idea. I don't know if it is something we should pursue at the time, but we left on at least good terms with one of the hobgoblins, and I'm sure a few others. Might it be worth reaching out? And they are skilled in combat. We may benefit
know.
from their help.
I don't know that that the Empire would do that in any official capacity.
Fair.
No,
That was
that is a very problematic political situation at the moment. If it's your recommendation that they would be a significant boon to the success of the Empire, we can discuss that with the War Council, perhaps the Senate, maybe even the Empress herself if it gets that far. But from what I understand, they are quite
They're very
small,
small in
young, and
number.
isolated. Yes. From what I can gather, it's the Empire's decision to deny their existence while they figure out what to do with them. I'm sure there's quite a bit of discreet probing and investigations into what this new people are capable of.
Out of character real quick. So, just because, I mean, obviously it's hard to visualize the exact amount size of the town and how many people are there. I mean, were there enough, like, am I completely out of my mind thinking that the hobgoblins would make any kind of useful force or, in the grand scheme of things, would make a difference?
Say in Roshkir, there were only like 500 of them, weren't there?
There was it's hard to say for a number of reasons. But you were led to believe that there was about maybe 1,500 Belshamad people. Now, only a fraction of them will be, able-bodied, trained warriors. So, I mean, they
I
might
guess
be
you're looking
able
like
to field.
25%.
Yeah, they might be able to field 200-300 combatants.
Overestimating.
If if used properly, a small army like that could be useful. But in Carriquin alone, there's a legion of 5,500 soldiers.
Okay.
There's about 20,000 standing army soldiers in the home province itself, split between the three capitals, and one legion split on reserve through the various forts and smaller towns and whatnot throughout the province. So I mean, it's a fraction of the soldiers that we currently have, but if used properly, yes, they could be an asset, just not. They're not
could be a very strategic strike force.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of like a mass combat on mass combat sort of thing.
And that wasn't really what I was more thinking, as Christian said, because I was assuming that one hobgoblin is stronger than a single human, and they did seem. Yeah, no, okay. I am overestimating this then. All right.
Arye was exceptional.
Fair. All right.
Arye is to you as any
Right,
standard hobgoblin soldier would be to any standard human or dwarf or whatever soldier. They are still just like CR 1/2 human soldier or whatever they are.
Okay.
They're a 1/1 white soldier creature token.
I think I want to get them a path to too bad, too much. So okay.
Yeah. It's one of those, it's like, it's not impossible to make use of them, though you'd have to entice them into it
They are
as
not,
well, which there are certainly ways of doing that.
Fair.
Useful,
they are not going
asset.
to be the dwarves during.
No.
But they're not going to be the dwarves during the initial revolution. Okay. No. I think I, for some reason, had a bigger impact in my head.
Yeah, the dwarves during the Genovite rebellion probably numbered, again, close to 20,000 soldiers.
Okay.
Like
I said, it's hard to picture and remember some of the numbers in the as you're going. So I think I just had a bigger.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but before I bothered pursuing that anymore, I wanted to make sure. Cool. Back in character. But yes, you're right. We need to. At this point, the powers that be definitely need to know.
Yes.
Clearly gotten beyond our abilities to
manage.
Well, it will probably take me at least the rest of the day, if not a couple days, to get a meeting with all the people that I would like to get involved in a single room. Or we could have unofficial meetings with everybody individually. That would take just as long and be less coordinated, but it's a route. Depends on how you want to proceed.
I think that maximum coordination would be to the greater benefit.
I would agree.
So
That will mean I will
And-
be playing politician and glorious citizen of the Empire for the next 24 to 72 hours.
well,
Should
better
give
you
you
than me.
time to pursue anything you may be able to do in your appropriate capacity as a small strike team. I don't think it's a bad idea to meet Bast on his way.
I don't see that would make it any faster for him to get here.
It would
Faster is
not,
not the point.
But if
Safer.
something does
is-
happen,
Mhm.
it's a gamble either way. You would slow him
Yeah.
down, presumably.
Well, gambles seem to be what we've been in the habit of lately, so.
Or if you are content with his ability to make it here, perhaps returning to Dupont by the time you get there, whatever would have happened will have happened. Or you could simply stay and do research. How would you like to proceed?
Question. I know Omen knows about the funky cart or funky carriage that
Mm-hmm.
do any of the rest of us actually know about that?
I mean, we all saw that it doesn't have horses, right?
Well, yes, but I more meant, do any of the rest of us actually know about, like, I can't remember if Omen actually said anything or not.
Omen, would have talked about how the
Okay.
carriage ride took not nearly as long as it should have when it came back.
Part of me does
Mm.
very much want to check on Dupont.
Yes.
I hate to ask, since you are already going out of your way, or already doing so much to get the powers that be in one room. We heard from Omen of your carriage that you brought into Dupont at our last meeting. If
It's a really
you
fancy one.
if you do not need its abilities for what you are meeting, getting everyone together, we could possibly use it to make it to Dupont in time to check or confirm whether or not the army is still heading that way. I don't know if it needs your presence to work or not. I obviously don't
does.
know the details.
I call it a
Well,
security measure. Yes, it does respond to my direct input. It's a possibility. I could bring you there, but if I am there, I am not here.
I believe your
We
time is
need
better
you
spent.
here.
Yes. It was an idea. That
Wasn't
is,
a bad one.
but yes, I believe your time is better spent organizing what you can.
You can probably talk better than we can.
Well, it's...
Uh,
Excuse me, but it doesn't seem that you have much in the way of a formulated plan at the moment.
No.
No. Well, perhaps we should break this down, seeing as I assume you've decided to stick around.
I
If
think
we
so.
cannot- I was gonna say, if we cannot get to Dupont before anything happens, then I don't see much reason in going there. I mean, later, perhaps.
I
but
know.
not right now.
I do personally worry for the safety of our comrade. At least I think we should ride out to meet him to ensure that his journey hasn't been hindered on the road. He has.
I had the same thought. I was either considering like sending him a message, through sending, seeing if he's okay, you know.
At the trying to decide if I want to approach this first out of character or go it fully in character, but at the risk of dividing us, Omen, well, finding a horse for Omen to ride is going to be difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stand by. I mean, Omen on his own could probably. I mean, a nice proper war horse could probably hold Omen. I mean, Omen's a big guy, but war horses are also large and quite sturdy.
Yeah, well, people don't tend to rent giant war horses.
No,
M-
that
my-
is very true.
My thought was to send a small party out to meet
yes,
with Bost.
a war horse would be able to carry Omen, even armored up. I mean, Omen might want to leave, any other excessive weight, but a war horse would carry Omen, and be capable in combat. But again, that could be a moot point because war horses are expensive, difficult to come by, and usually require some amount of training with their actual rider. But I mean, it is possible Saramov might be able to find you a generally trained warhorse, and if Omen can roll well enough on animal handling, be able to convince it to, put up with him.
Well, and that's still only one person. I thought was to have a few people go out, and then the rest of us could. Like, I was going to try and work on finding any more information out because Carrickwen does have a good library, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And
a good public library or a good census library?
Both.
Yeah.
Well, I think they have the public library that's the well, I guess they're all run by that same church, but I think I've specifically been in that one before researching this topic, so I might be able to find. I can't remember if I kind of tapped out everything and I needed to go to the census, but well, I definitely would feel better knowing at least that knowing one person, Bost, if that's all I can, is doing okay. At the same time, I would personally like to be able to find more information on this. I know we asked
Loreen.
Loreen. Yep, I was trying to find it. There's a bunch of L's. I have a list of names. I know we asked Loreen to look into some of the history around Andrash Shadid and his previous attacks on the living, but that was also going to take time, and with recent events, probably even longer. I'd love to take a more active role in that. Does anyone else have any thoughts on how we should proceed?
Um, I mean, what are you hoping to research right now?
Considering how little we know. Anything?
Well, we did
Probably.
get some research on them before, on Indrashajit before. The problem is, it's all steeped in legend, so it has to be sort of deciphered.
Yes, we found out about him. If I remember correctly, it was on a very basic level, since at the time we didn't even know really what he was. Probably the same things I had asked Lorene to look into. Previous tactics, how he attempted to conduct his campaign before. Anything we could use to possibly predict his movements this time, or infer lessons he might have learned from his previous attempts. As I said, I think our biggest goal should be to try and catch up and stay a step ahead of him, or at least get to that point, since we are facing an enemy that doesn't tire. Speed and the ability to react quickly will be our, I think, greater advantage.
How do you plan on getting a step ahead of a ancient enemy you know little about?
That was why I was trying to know less than little.
Practically, I suppose. I mean, all the research you can do won't tell us where he is, what he's doing, what his plans are. I assume by this conversation that your recent interactions with this cult of worms didn't produce any actionable evidence.
Nothing hard. I think the biggest lesson we learned, or biggest bit of information we got, was that there are potentially other notable figures that have been added to his army.
Well, that is
Cryptic.
significant.
Fortunately, beyond there are others. That was about all we got. No real idea as to who or what those others may be.
Well, if you were an ancient lich prince asleep for possibly thousands of years, how would you go about raising lieutenants?
I'd find the best ones that had been slain. Well, actually, I wouldn't find the ones that had lost. I would find the
Can
ones.
I attempt to make like a history check to see if I can suddenly have some insight into that?
I mean, you can ask questions. You can ask. You can, if there's anything in particular you'd like to focus on, or a question you'd like to ponder, you can roll history. But you can't just roll history and I will give you secrets.
Are there any mausoleums or tombs of, highly revered generals?
Well, he's already hit one of the greatest, Charlotte.
Could be, yeah, so great she lost.
She did a lot of winning before she lost, and that battle was a surprise to everyone, if I understand correctly.
She was stabbed in the back.
I'm aware.
Yes, I believe we have more insight than most into what possibly contributed to her loss.
What can you tell me about how she currently is?
She is not mindless, but she's clearly in service to Indra Shadid. The Malkazir said that it seemed likely that much of her soul had been raised along with her body, and that's part of what allows the army that is soul-bound, that is bound to her, to rise as well. I suspect that if we manage to take her out, then all of those bound to her will become inert as well.
Perhaps.
I said I suspect it.
But let's take that one step further. If you were raising an army against the greatest civilization of this world, you would raise its enemies, not its
Yes.
former allies.
Yeah, for the capacity of Shadowway, yes. For fodder, it wouldn't matter.
No, but fodder does not need to be great.
No, you're right. So, we need to figure out the former enemies of the Empire.
Or at least great figures with no ties. At least positive ties.
Since it does seem that she was brought back with a large amount of her personality, yes. Any generals that he's raised, we would want to have either no qualms or be quite happy to raise the Empire to the ground.
And with enough of themselves retained to contribute
Command.
their particular skills to his forces.
So, we're looking for past conflicts, or at least some tensions, perhaps, some troubles.
Well, the Empire hasn't faced any significant resistance in hundreds of years.
No, but there were still significant figures in the past.
We'll be doing some digging, I suppose.
Joy.
Well, in one relation to that word, that is one of my skill sets.
Yes. But I think we'll have to go both in the main library and the our census library.
Well, former competent enemies is something that should be housed in standard history.
You do realize we're talking a span of history 2 millennia long or more.
So let's talk to a historian who can help us narrow it down.
Narrow it down perhaps to a few hundred possibilities.
I'm not necessarily saying the time period, but a historian might know some of the significant figures.
Yes, a few hundred of them.
It's not better than thousands.
It is. But is it actionable? There are but 5 of you. And from what I can tell, we have 4, maybe 5 teams perhaps as competent as this group.
Right.
We can't blindly follow hundreds of possible leads. It's a good place to start.
No.
But we need some other way.
I seem to recall the group once tracked Andrashadid to race. What ever became of that? Did anyone ever find out?
It wasn't Indrashadid directly that we tracked there.
Apologies.
It was an artifact that had previously belonged to him.
A town and race was attacked by a large amount of undead. At the time, we thought that would have been a hallmark of Andrashadid. And I was familiar with an artifact that it turns out was connected to him in the area. It was actually a hag of some sort that was behind quite a bit of what was going on in the town. And she unfortunately disappeared at the end of it with said artifact.
Rashidid has ties to race historically, doesn't he? Because that book that we looked up information on him from was specifically about Racian tales.
Well, the people and lands of what are now called race existed long before the borders and official name of race.
Yes.
What do we know of this cult of worms, if anything?
They worship. There we go. Castrea. And by association, I suppose, Andrashadid, though I don't think that is the stated. Am I remembering that correctly, actually? Aren't
What?
they're devoted to Gastrea and Andrashadid just being and wanting to turn the world undead is essentially doing what she wants, correct? Or
Trying to break the bounds between life and death.
Again, you're working with very little information.
Yeah, I know.
Everything you have is basic information and your own
Right.
wild speculation.
yes, we know they're devoted to Gastrea. Well, the ones we've encountered so far have been quite competent magically.
And particularly, it seems as though what could we find out about Sagana and the others? The ones who led the ritual.
Well, Sagana
Is-
would have a phylactery, wouldn't she? She can be tracked, can't she?
Who is this
What?
Sagana?
She was the one who was most responsible for the resurrection, for raising, not resurrection, raising of Shiloh.
And a member of the Arcane Census, since it was,
Mhm.
presumably, since it was a member of the Arcane Census, it was an Arcane Census dig that they had
We know of at
infiltrated.
least a couple of the people who were part of the group. Perhaps there's a way of cross-referencing their associates. You know, there was Lonathan and Chadius and Sagana.
Well, it seems you have some sort of relationship with the appropriate Archmage. I would assume since he knows about this situation, he's doing multiple somethings about it. I'm sure you're unaware of what they are.
Yes, he's not exactly.
Indeed, he's forthcoming.
He will
Alright.
be a difficult ally,
Yes,
but
I
one
think
we
we've
can't
gathered.
ignore.
No.
His intentions are cloudy, but his potential for knowledge.
It would be nice if he was a little more willing to share his knowledge.
I don't think you'll find anybody in the arcane senses who is all that
Yeah.
comfortable with free exchange of information. That's kind of their whole purpose.
Even with people who are members?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that, but
Knowledge is power, and power is earned.
I think Gator's gonna chuckle at that without meaning to.
yeah, that's when I was like, yeah, sure it is.
That sounds familiar to him.
Yeah, it's not like there's people who can cheat their way to power all the time.
All right. Do we want to step out of character for a second and look at, or I'm trying to like actually. I was going to ask if we want to step out and discuss what we know and try to figure out if there's something we're missing.
Probably. Almost certainly.
I mean, I prefer
Oh,
in-character discussions, but
Mhm.
I mean,
Okay.
if you need to ask me a question, you can do that. But I think anything you can talk about out of character can be said in
Yeah.
character.
Well, yeah. Just trying to think and also follow in characters. So we have the strings of possibly tracking down the cult members, though I don't. Other than personally enjoying revenge against them, I don't. I guess if we could interrogate them, we might could find out what other resources they've brought to bear. Or trying to narrow down a list of hundreds of ancient enemies of the Empire somehow.
What about those artifacts like the rod that we found before?
Mm,
Because
Indra,
there are apparently multiple. That could be the
yeah,
first thing he tries to go
Malkazir
for.
said there were 5 of them.
Try to track those
and-
down and get to them first. That could at least hinder his plans, with whatever they may be. You know.
And that is probably one of the things that is most suited to a small team.
Probably.
Unfortunately, we haven't had time or resources to discover what the other artifacts might be.
We know that one of them is an orb
That's right.
and a fragment of a blade. The other 2, Malkazir either genuinely does not know or he did not feel the need to share with us.
I'm surprised you got that much from him at all.
It is something he is genuinely interested in.
Did we get that from him?
You weren't
Okay.
there.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, because that's
Curious.
one of the things that I have written down in my notes when he's telling us that.
That's fair. I couldn't remember if that came from him or if that came from
That was
the
him directly.
Guardian guy.
If he gives
Yeah,
you
no.
any significant information like that, he has a reason he wants you to know, I'm sure.
Hmm
I would say that about any of the higher ranking members of the arcane senses, but him particularly, he wants you to do something, or at least realizes that you have the capability to do so.
Oh, I'm an idiot. We have we know the names of. Yes, I did. We were never and we have the names of the Guardian that we found, and also there was he had given us another name that I
Yeah.
don't think we ever we
Oh, the
didn't
group.
have time
the
to
one that we
pursue.
assume was a group, right?
Well, yeah, there
I
was
think I'm trying to find those notes right now, but
yeah. I was looking
God, where
back
are
over
those
them.
notes?
Yeah.
Oops. That was like back before I had
Um,
actual notebooks. They were like memo pads.
Yeah, because there was Gundahas and Ramad, I think, were names that came up.
Ganahest, yes, was the one.
Yeah, that's right,
Ganahest.
Ganahest. Yeah, he was apparently a really awesome white mage. Which I didn't know the setting had white mages.
Yeah, we should look into that.
That's because it doesn't.
I know.
Or not anymore.
Yeah, no, I figured.
Thanks.
It's history and legend, remember. This is from
That's my page about butter.
this is from a long time ago.
Yes, yeah, this is information you'd really have to dig up.
Yeah. Found the notes. I'm just looking through them now, trying to figure out where we talked to the dude.
And unfortunately, I don't think this is information you specifically shared with, in intricate detail with Regina or Saramov. Because this was kind of tangential to things you were otherwise doing at the time.
Yeah, this was we did this research and then we went off of because what happened right after this?
I think that was when
Oh yeah, this was when we were heading north. Yeah.
Right before we went into the swamp.
No, this is the stuff I'm looking at is from when we got the library stuff at. Because
I found the
Ganahest got brought up here too. Because he's written there in my notes right there.
Yeah, because we were in the library, and then Malkasir came to get us after he realized what we were looking up. I did find when you speak with Dead on that one guy in the
yeah, this was right before we met Arya.
Ruins. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently I didn't write anything
Yeah,
down.
the guy back in Race was that was a while back.
Yeah, information on this matter has popped up multiple times throughout our game.
Oh wait, nope. I see Hangman Tree. That I'm in the right area.
Yeah.
That was where we first.
Why were you buried with the rod? He said it shouldn't have been removed. We asked how can we reseal the room, and that he said they were powerful divine seals, and that he knows not the specifics. We asked who sealed you before. He said Ganahest. Said who are you? He said a guardian. We asked what group did Ganahest belong to? He said we are of the living, they are of the dead. And then he said Andrashadid must not recover his artifacts, plural, or the scourge of death will retake the world. Do not let that happen. And that was all we got from him.
Yeah, if you recall, that was a very heavily warded entire situation. The room, the altar, himself, the things he was holding.
It was everywhere.
It was only breached. It was only possible for
because of shifting of the earth.
Because of the shifting of the earth.
It was like a
That's how long
not on that sinkhole, but
there.
Yeah, actually, I think Linnea went back to look at it again at some point afterwards, or stayed behind to.
That's right. I remember I wrote down some of the.
Yeah, she just saw that it was anti-necromancy, and she couldn't take the dude's breastplate because it was stuck. Yeah.
Or was it that you couldn't take the axe or whatever he was holding?
And any of his equipment.
I couldn't take. Yeah, and
the axe, the breastplate. I think he might have also had a helmet.
Yeah. Oh, I just remember. I just remember Tali being like, "I want the axe." Yeah. Couldn't take it.
Yeah.
God, there was because I remember like Akilo copied down a bunch of like the runes that were around like the door in there. I remember that, but I don't think we ever got that looked at. Which means she still has it.
I think there was an attempt made, but I think it was unsuccessful.
I don't recall doing anything with them.
For those in the audience wondering, this is information that the party has accumulated over the past 2 years.
Yeah. It's like I have the date of when we were in Raish, and that was a year
was
before
in Suella.
in game.
Hmm.
In the month
So-
of Suella at some point.
Just to sum up the timeline for me, honestly. So yeah, we found the original reference to Ghana Hest was right before we went to the swamp from the Celestial Guardian,
Yes, that dude.
and then we had been in the library, or no, I wasn't there, was I? Because I think Aquila had gone in.
For what?
Isn't that so? Didn't we uncover something that mentioned him in the library in the Arcane Census, and that was what triggered?
But no,
up here?
what happened was it was something that had been sort of on the back burner for a while, and we were finally getting some relatively unrestricted library access. So we asked about it, and that's when Malkazir was, because that was clearly something that Malkazir was like, if
Yeah.
anybody asks about that, I want to know.
So we didn't find anything in there. We just asked about it, and that was what.
And yeah, that's what got Malkazir's attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we have about as much as that
Yeah,
one
this
on
was
any
right
of the
before
other ones.
Stephanie joined us. Right before we went into the swamp
That's
town.
right.
Yeah.
In race, yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Oh, oh.
right before we found Sevgi. In Bad Rupt, I believe. Yeah. Did I not write the actual date?
Mm.
Okay.
Went all the way back to the beginning because not that Aquila would have any of this in the very beginning, unfortunately.
I guess going back into character, I suppose it, with everything that happened afterwards, well, there was the one other thing I can think of that might possibly be of use. Unfortunately, I think we have about as much information. Speaking of the swamp and the hag, before we entered the swamp, we had found where the artifact of Andrashadid had originally been sealed away, and some sort of guardian that it had been sealed with. Not that long dead, and the writing on the walls was such an old celestial that we weren't really able to get much out of it, but the one thing we did get was a name, Ghana Hest. So that's probably going back in history even farther than prominent enemies of the Empire.
It's someone that Malkazir mentioned as well.
But if whoever he is seems to have had some dealing with the defeat of Andrashadid the first time around, I don't presume to think he is himself still around, but if we could track down any kind of, if an organization still exists or information on him.
Aquila and Ander.
Yes.
Make me roll a d20 and add both your wisdom and intelligence to it.
Both of them. Okay.
Yes.
Both of them. Oh, that's never happened before. That's exciting.
This is a very impromptu
Oh.
sort of memory check.
Oh, no, that was a good roll. Wisdom and intelligence. Okay, so that's 21 for me.
Wow. All right.
Nice.
I don't like, yes, good roll, good roll.
And Ander about the same.
Well, no, the 17 is after.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, mine
Yeah.
I didn't add the plus to mine until after, so 21 for me.
Yeah, so between the two of you, you were probably smart enough to actually take notes in character.
Yeah.
And after rifling around through your bag and pulling out whatever journals you have and deciphering the shorthand you used at the time, I can give you a I can give you some of the information that I believe you know. I'll have to go back in my own notes and see if there's anything more. But this is at least readily available information that you can pull up. So, you found through one of your trips in the library a passage in a book about imperial studies, early imperial studies, or imperial studies of earlier eras, I should say. You found this passage, and it reads: Little survives from the lost area period of history termed the Forsaken Extinction. It is believed that the races of Eos narrowly avoided an extinction-level event. Archaeological records of this general timeline show massive destruction, followed by a long span, few thousand years more or less, before new civilized structures appeared. This time period is also known simply as the bone layer, due to the abnormally high amount of organic decomposition matter preserved barely remains in humanoid fossils. Very little in the way of personal wealth or commodities have been found in this era, in this layer. Most statues, ceramics, stonework, and metalwork date to before the new extinction event and are heavily damaged. Still, a few objects have been found depicting what scholars believe to be masses of undead, renderings of spectral figures in dark, foreboding motifs, and a large, gleaming structure spanning twin islands.
That's right.
No public documentation
right.
exists
I
for
remember
discovered intact tombs
that.
from this era, but fragmentary evidence suggests that such tombs would be rare, hidden, and protected. The latest signs of civilization found to be clearly from this period of conflict were located in southern Alistia. However, archaeologists found other provinces have to read my own handwriting. However, archaeologists from other provinces have speculated discoveries throughout Altemia could share a common incident. What artifacts have been found and detailed in public record suggest the people of the time were technologically similar to Genovites era 600 to 1000 imperial calendar, but may have been more advanced magically, especially in the fields of necromancy and abjuration, though little beyond artistic representation and local folklore support such claim. The lack of religious relics or signs of institutions suggest an atheistic culture, though theologians speculate the people of this era had been forsaken by the gods. Despite this, it is important to note that what preserved writing has been found from this era was written in derivatives of the celestial language. You also
Interesting.
have, I'm going on a bit of a lore dump here.
More legible artifacts
I
found in.
believe this is something that Ander found. I think this was picked up in Ludara after the events of Badarukt and the Hag, if I remember correctly.
I must say, I finally found all that stuff you just said written down.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that's the stuff that Andrew found in the regular library.
Okay, maybe I'm
Yeah,
getting
that's
this
not
backwards.
I would say so, because that's not part of my notes.
Okay. You would also have an excerpt on Ratian folklore of the Forsaken era.
That one we got.
That
was the one
Hippoki?
that was
No.
the book that Malkazir gave.
Okay.
Let us read.
That was the other thing I had right next to it, so I was trying to.
Yes, I believe, actually, now that you mentioned it, this was a passage found in a book that Malkazir suggested you read. Yeah.
Suggested he put it in the reading room.
Yeah. He did, yeah. So this reads, if you'd like me to
Yes,
refresh
please.
you. Okay. Stories tell that the people of race stem from the hardy survivors of a great war, being descendants of mighty warriors. It is said that the lands of race wasn't always swamps, but the fertile homeland of a great civilization. This civilization fell to complacency, impiety, and something else.
I think I've got that line written
Yes.
down, actually.
This is why I now type my notes.
Yeah, I
if
think
you're
that's
gonna
part
be
of my
that- If
problem.
you're going to be that old school, you need better handwriting.
Yeah, I do. But
This is how fast
the
you write.
passage from this book is a little smudged. It was handwritten in
Oh,
ink, and the
and
monks who wrote it
naivete.
sort of, yeah, naivete, I believe it was. Yes.
Yeah, that's
that,
what I've
that
got
looks about
written
right.
down.
Yep. But from the ruins of this civilization,
That
but
one
from
I
the
don't have
ruins
written.
of this civilized but soft people were born the strongest warriors of the war leading to the Forsaken Era. Different versions of these stories pit these warriors against undead, fiends, or sometimes simply other powerful men. These tales are supported in Rishan eyes by the ancient burial mounds which dot the countryside. While there are several notable mythic figures from these stories, two are prominent. A foreign scholar wizard named Gundahas,
I mentioned him.
who takes the role of chief, king, advisor, oracle, crazed wizard, or even celestial. The latter often contested due to the lack of religious evidence. And Rumaud the Relentless. Rumaud the Relentless Calming. Rumaud the Relentless Calming, who is often depicted as a fearless warrior or leader of warriors responsible for turning the tides of victory. Most of these tales often end in the hero, and many others, dying or losing something of significance in order to strike a major defeat or open the way for another. Often less capable band to push forward to victory. It is believed that Rumaud was one of the between 4 and 7 great warriors to be killed while taking a great advantage away from the enemy, and were thus subsequently entombed with whatever that was as eternal guardians. Not all of these figures are believed to be Rishan in ancestry, though.
And we didn't find any kind of clues as to who the other great warriors were.
Not in that one.
Interesting. Interesting stuff.
A couple things I missed in it, but yeah.
So, logically, the other great warriors would have been where the other artifacts were sealed.
Theoretically, yes. It would make sense. Would they all be in race, or would they be beyond that? 'Cause it did mention they were not all Rishan by origin.
Did mention tombs in southern Alistia.
I know. That's why I'm wondering.
And the excerpt
List-
from the first passage
Hmm?
I read.
What?
And there was a particular line from the first passage.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a lot to remember because
Sure.
I can't write it all down that fast.
Yeah.
I also remember a gleaming structure
I was
between
like, trust me,
two
I'm going
aisles
to
or
go back
tides,
and
if I
copy this down later, but I can't do that right
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Estia, Race,
That
and
was writing as fast as I
Melistia
could.
were the 3 regions I had written down.
It was said that
As-
that scholars have found evidence supporting
Well-
that there are sites throughout the known lands of the Empire that
Right, yeah.
were part of this.
Right.
Okay.
I had I guess, largest concentration, or
Yeah, that's
I
what it
have
was.
most legible artifacts, but I don't know. Artifact and legible doesn't seem to really go together, or Estia race and Alistia.
Yeah, so that's. I think that was like where the highest concentration was. Yeah. But okay.
Yeah.
So I
I
know
was
what
gonna
the
say it's
theming
like
structure is, though.
yeah, I know. I do too. I'm not gonna lie. But so because there wasn't really anything to mark that particular burial mound as something not from the outside. It is something special. Yeah, and we can't go digging up every burial mound.
And really, there was no reason to believe that was a burial mound. It just looked like a small hill.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm gonna dig up every small hill that we
Yeah.
find.
In
case it's a
fact,
burial
yeah,
mound.
after possibly thousands of years, any of the burial mounds could easily have just been completely grown over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only reason we found that was because they happened to have built an actual tomb next to it, or over it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting because kind of the same thing happened where Indrashadid was. There was a graveyard over Indrashadid.
Check
Yeah,
all the graveyards.
Not all
I
of
mean, the
them.
best place to
Old
hide a body is in a
graveyards.
graveyard.
Old graveyards, though. Because that was the thing. That was because the place that was right over where Indrashadid was a really old grave. It was old and grody and gross and had things come out of it. Not that Aquila knows that.
Though it's hard to do this when technically Ander was the only one that was around for that.
I know.
let's assume Ander has
Like, none of our
told some
characters
stories
did.
in our time together.
I know, but there's
Yeah,
a difference between a story and actually experiencing it.
yeah.
I think we've established that Ander's a decent performer and storyteller.
Have we?
I mean, yeah. True.
I've made some decent
Yeah,
rolls
it
on
felt like you
that.
were right there.
Yeah.
Eh.
One time I made decent rolls, not so great.
The story was fine. It was just the subject was not right.
Which I didn't realize, but that's not the point. That's not what's
Irrelevant.
going on now. Yeah. There has to be a way to connect all those sites, though.
Yeah, we have a map, don't we?
That wasn't exactly what I meant.
You know, I just want to look at it.
Right. There has to be a way to connect all those sites. What sites?
All the other burial sites.
There's one there. There.
I
So we
mean,
don't.
So this is just the map of Janata.
I know it's
not
like
the
I don't know the way, but
Yeah, I don't think you have a map of the entire, Altemian
Mm.
region. At least not a
It-
detailed map.
no, we have the one in your character creation guide.
Yeah.
Looking at it, it
Mhm.
seems like there's one in Dupont, the one in the Fields of Peace,
Well,
and I
Dupont
assume
is. Well, I was gonna say it's like the one in the Fields of Peace was not directly connected to Indrashadid.
No, the events of the Fields of Peace happened a long time after Indrashadid.
All right, yeah, I know. It's like that's not one of the ones that we're talking about. That's something that Indrashadid made connected to him by raising Shiloh, but that's not one of those historically connected
not
to him.
Aquila, make a
technically.
religion check. This will
Okay.
be an absurdly high DC.
Gee, thanks. What the
A
fuck's religion? Oh,
Roll 25 or higher.
I don't know that I can get that.
Yeah, I don't know what your bonus is, but we'll see.
Nope.
15. No, you would have heard not rumors, but tales in some of your studies or anecdotal evidence through some of your studies. While becoming a blood hunter, that while the nature of the Fields of Peace is definitely one of the most historically important and largest examples of this, there have been other much more isolated and less long-lived instances of areas like that are so suffused with necromantic energy that nothing grows there. Everything is petrified. Um, Undead are more common. Literally saps the life force out of anyone who lingers in those regions. But it requires intense areas of necromantic energy, at the very least, if not sites of just ridiculous magic circumstances.
Okay. And those places, so those places aren't permanently like that, or they haven't been permanently like that.
I have given you what you got for 15.
Well, you said they weren't long lived.
Yeah.
So I'm asking is that means that they eventually stopped being so suffused with that energy?
That is an appropriate way to interpret.
Okay, that's what I was
said.
asking.
I mean, it's your interpretation, but I see no flaw in your logic.
God damn it, Jack.
Well,
I mean, I
Staromov
would
will...
tell that to the other people.
Okay. I assume you're having this conversation in more detail and less concisely in character. So Saromov will speak up. It seems, yes, there is quite a bit of research that is still potential. But when you find a strand of legend, sometimes you just have to follow it to the source. If you can find that source.
Unfortunately, I think the source is Indra Shadid. But I get what you're saying.
If the answer were in a book, this probably wouldn't be a problem. At least a book available to public record, or even accessible census records.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past Malkazir to have his own ancient library.
I'd be more surprised if he didn't.
I'm sure a number of the higher-ranking arcane practitioners and others in the arcane census boast their own personal libraries. But this may not be something in Genavian records. We need to find this cult.
It seems like a fair bit of it took place outside of Genavia, the province.
You could look in specific provinces. Yes. You know vaguely what you're looking for, but it'd still be a veritable haystack.
As you said, we need to find the cult. They, in theory, know more about that than most sources around today.
Tali, Omen, Sevgi, you've been particularly quiet. Any thoughts? How would you proceed?
So, who wrote these books, they would probably know more, at least tell us where they got their information from if we
Oh,
want to
the-
try to
Oh,
What?
the
be
books
source of this legend.
that I read those passages from, they're hundreds of years old.
I would say they're likely collected from. Some of them are
Yeah.
likely collected from oral tales.
Yeah, the Rishan folklore one, that's an excerpt from oral history that spanned the last
Yeah,
2,500 years.
that's what I thought.
Who?
That's the way, especially if it's from a dark age period. Yeah, that's the way that sort of stuff is communicated.
Yeah. Um,
Well, remember, People's Ascension can field researchers for you. You have specific questions, Lorene and plenty of others can look for information. You are adventurers. Go out on adventure. How would you do so?
Well,
I should point out once again that we did have plans to come see you, but I believe our main purpose here was to meet with our comrade on the road.
mhm.
mhm.
I understand the rest of this is pertinent, but should we not ride out to meet him? Or make
I
sure
also
that
am leaning towards that.
he's safe. I'm glad that we've remembered things we've done in the past, in race particularly. But
As I said, it will take me the next probably 2 or 3 days to get the meeting I would like to have if you have the time for it, but that does mean you have time for your own pursuits. Spending those days in a library may be better spent
Mhm.
by others.
So, yes, I guess possible leads that could be researched, at least to give us a more. Should I write that down too while I'm thinking about it?
We do know where one of these past heroes was.
So we've got Ghana has Gundahast.
I know it's awfully convenient. Their names are so similar.
Almost like it accounts for 2,000 years
Oh, I know.
of.
Yeah, no, I
drift.
know. Don't think it's like as soon as you said his name back then, I was like, okay, these are probably the same person. There's just been drift.
Yeah, words and names get bastardized over time and across culture. So that, and specifically the other warriors, since if Ramad's name was
We do have, yeah, his name.
right, but if his name is written down, it's possible that the other ones are written down somewhere, possibly with some hint to wherever they were finally sealed. The other, I'm spitballing. The other artifacts of Andrashadid, or what?
My thing is, we do know where one of these guys is buried,
Yeah,
and we have someone who could theoretically talk to him.
in limited quantities.
Yeah. Potentially, we could get some names from that.
That's a. We could. It's a long trip out to race, but
Seems we're going to have to
It's-
leave Genavium.
I was gonna say it's a long trip out to race for just names. I mean, unless. Well, those answers are gonna be way probably too cryptic and limited to give us name and
Well, yeah.
location.
You mean
So,
the ancient figure you already talked to?
You can talk to him again after a certain length of time.
You can.
But so I'm trying to think of things that while we were accomplishing other things could be.
Mhm.
You know what? Because we're having a lot of this conversation out of character,
Oh.
and it's 4 o'clock. Let's go ahead and take our first break.
I was trying to have it in character, but I kept seeing faces being made.
Let's go ahead and take our first break, and you guys can, I mean, obviously get up, get a drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever you have to do for your break.
Mhm.
But while we're away, we can possibly discuss how to proceed, both immediately and short term, long term, whatever it may be. And we'll see what we can get up to on the way back. Or on the get up to on the way back to the stream. Yes.
That was very awkwardly
That
phrased.
was very awkwardly phrased. But hey, we're doing it live. Okay. Yeah, let's take our first break. Everyone get up, stretch your legs, stretch your brains, think of some things, and we'll be back after a short rest. So stay tuned, and we'll see what the party gets up to as they try to defy and track down this cult of worms. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes or so. We'll see how long they want to talk. Stay tuned. We are back. Back for some more People's Ascension Dungeons and Dragons. Thanks for sticking with us. Let's continue on with our episode. So far, we've had quite a long conversation and debrief with the guild's patron, Saramov, trying to suss out how to get ahead of this Cult of Worms problem. So let's dive back in.
Welcome back to Debates and Disinformation. Um,
I think
so,
I think in a more immediate sense, once we get to Bast and we get the Star Spear, we need to find a means of preventing her from tracking it further. Makes me wish we'd kept one of those lead-lined boxes in the Fields of Peace.
just like this.
Well, it can be brought down into a dagger, remember?
Yeah.
Or stiletto type thing. But yeah, it can be made quite small, remember? It's not always a spear.
It is currently in spear form because that was the last configuration Linnea had it in.
Uh-oh. But yeah, it can be made down into a dagger, and if we could prevent her from tracking it, that would be nifty.
Yeah.
I feel like we'd be very lucky if that worked.
Lead blocks magic.
Normal magic. This was supposedly some meteorite from beyond the stars, and
Magic is magic. You cheat.
I
think
would
Andrew may have
personally
something.
disagree with that. Yeah,
Mm.
I would personally disagree with that statement.
Yes, but you also cheat for your magic.
Well, if what you say is true, this is an artifact from beyond the bounds of Eos itself.
It
This
might
is
be
an
some.
item either from the gods directly or beyond.
Would your patron know anything about it?
What?
Would your patron know anything about it?
Hmm.
If it's beyond, if it's from the stars.
Well, I don't remember any kind of major interest when it popped up. Let me go back and look, but I don't think.
To refresh your memory, Zadok was kind of just like, huh.
Yeah,
Read
That's
into
still
that
more
what
than you
will.
get out of a lot of stuff.
I
like-
can ask.
Okay.
But beyond the stars is quite a
I know.
big place.
Yes. I'm not saying that he knows that it came specifically from him, but
I will also point out
Who
this
knows?
conversation is more or less happening in real time. We've been here for at least 2 hours at this point.
what
Just
the
for
fuck?
anyone who is keeping track of how long time is passing.
Cool.
Not cool.
When we
We need to do something.
Well, I vote we just follow Omen's suggestion then and go meet Bast. Because I'm not coming up with anything else actionable at the moment, and I don't hear anything else. So that's been the one thing I've heard today that I feel we can accomplish.
All right. Sounds good to me.
An inspiring act of camaraderie between guild members. Fantastic.
I think he's trying to get us out the door.
You're welcome to use my parlor as long as you would like to discuss whatever it is you are discussing.
But
I think
I know
I
you
may
have
be
matters to attend
retiring
to.
to my own matters shortly, yes.
Yes, I suppose if you need us to, well, I assume we'll need to speak at this meeting.
Oh, yes.
Mm.
That is the
I
point.
realized that as I was saying it. Yes.
So who all is going to be invited to this meeting?
Well,
It's relevant.
on the guest list that I plan to attempt for, we have at the very least the marshal, the legate of the 17th Legion here in Carquin,
Mm.
the proconsul. If we can get the consul herself, that would be better, but I don't think I have even that much sway, so the proconsul will have to do. And I was thinking the Lord Arbiter of the Eulogium might have something to say about a horde of undead.
Mm.
We may also be able to get some sort of liaison to Malkazir from the College of Necromancy, and anyone else you may suggest.
Blood hunters would be interested.
I can see if there is anybody of an appropriate order.
Mm.
Any
Well,
other
a-
suggestions? Well, that certainly works for me.
Yeah. Yes. I suppose whenever everything is arranged, let us know, and between now and then we'll see if we can hopefully come up with a more actionable plan. At the moment, I don't think we're going to inspire confidence among the assembled.
I would hope that in the next 3 days before this meeting, you formulate at least some sort of recommendation.
One would hope. All right, I suppose let's go meet our comrade and make sure that it goes right.
Mm.
Okay.
I suppose head out. Oh, and yeah, I guess unless we're trying to find enough horses for us all to ride, I guess we're just going to meet on foot and kind of,
Yeah.
as we said, it'll be slower after we meet up, but at least it'll be strength in numbers. We don't have to worry about one person getting sideswiped by something. And hopefully by that point we'll be far enough. He will be far enough ahead that we don't really have to worry about the army catching up. So, yeah, I mean, I guess unless there's anything else anyone's wanting to do before we leave the city, head back down the road
Yeah. I
towards
mean,
the
we're
pond until we
probably
meet up
still.
with him.
I'm gonna say we're probably still all kitted up.
More than likely, yeah, since we just ran here straight from the cemetery.
Yeah. Oh, that's. Yeah. One of the benefits of having Malkazir come and get us was the fact we didn't have to surrender weapons and such.
Well, yeah, that would have been a bit of a game breaker or deal breaker anyway, since
Mm-hmm.
there was the very real possibility we were going to need them on the other
Yeah.
side of that trip.
Oh, I know.
All right, so yeah, I guess we'll head out of town on the road, following the road that leads to the pond, and theory should meet up with.
Yeah, you haven't done a lot of exhaustive activity today. You've just been sitting around talking. So it will probably take into the night, but you could probably get to the Cotalis River
Huh.
after sunset, but within a day's trek on foot.
Okay, I see.
That is the river closest to Carquin, on the way down to Dupont. Just after that split, that fork in the road, just underneath the number 2 there.
Yeah.
There's a river there. That is the Cotalis River, and then of course the one just beyond that is the Upper Rouseron.
Oh, Tali might want to send a message to Bast about us coming, so that he can be on the lookout for us, as opposed to just riding right past us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would hope he would, see us and recognize us.
Yeah,
but
just as unless we're sleeping when he rides by.
It's a fair point.
True.
That's earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do sending and try to, speak softly in case he's like concentrating on riding. Don't want him to fall off his horse. But okay, I gotta think what I want.
I mean,
Say,
Kedrick can do sending, so he's probably used to coming into his.
True.
So I think of all the
Okay,
people in that group, he is the least likely to do that.
Yeah, that would be Rennick.
Well, I'm gonna say, I hope everything is okay. We are in Kirkwin and coming to meet you part way.
Okay.
I love the hope you are okay. You have
Yeah, I
25
do.
words, and you're going to make sure he knows that you care about.
I mean, if he's not, he could let me know,
Could let you know anyway, but it's adorable.
Okay. So it's probably about 10 o'clock or so. 10, 11 a.m., somewhere around there, before noon. You would get back. Probably the most you've heard from Bost ever, because he can't communicate silently through a sending spell. You would get back.
Mhm.
I am making good time. Should be to the ferry in the next few hours. May be able to. Will not make it to Carquin today. Tomorrow. I'll look for you on the road.
Good.
And I tell the group what he said.
All right, let's head out.
Okay.
What? I thought.
No, this was before we left. We sent him a message.
Oh.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. You have all day to walk there. This could have been at any point.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So, yep, we're going out.
So presumably assuming there's nothing more you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean anything you want to do or anything you want to say on the 10 hours or so it will take you to, travel as far as you can.
I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. She wouldn't be saying that now. She'd be thinking a lot of it.
Not gonna play it out just because I think that would annoy the shit out of everyone. But Anders probably trying to talk himself through their information, just either to himself or if he can get anyone else to participate in a pointless exercise. Because this point he's probably just talking in circles to himself, but
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Akila would try, but she would probably get frustrated and stop after a certain point because she's trying to work through it too.
Okay.
Are we absolutely sure that there's nothing of interest still in Dupont for this cult?
not at all. But I also can't think of anything that is. It's just the problem.
And at this point, we won't be able to make it back there before then.
The only thing I knew of that was of interest is on the way here, but it's possible there was something else in that crypt that we missed or looked over.
Would it benefit us? As I understand
would
it, Ander, you're the only one who's been in that crypt. It's been some time, yes?
Indeed.
Would it benefit us to go back and perhaps retrace our steps? Your steps?
If we don't have anything else actionable, I wouldn't be opposed.
Do we
At the
have
time.
anything else actionable?
After getting the spear inside of the walls of Carquin, no. No, we do not.
We have grave sites to find. We have ancient legends to look for.
It was recommended that all those things be left to.
The research of it, yes.
I think the easiest place is to start at the beginning.
That is the one location we know about, or at least know where it is. At the time, we didn't even know anything about Andrasha Deed.
Perhaps now that we know more, we can uncover more, interpret more.
Why would you send a whole army to a place like that? I mean, even a small army.
You have the resources and you don't want to take any risk?
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It seems it would be more beneficial simply to infiltrate it rather than full-on assault it. If that's what they were after. If they were after Japan. It's not one of the capitals. It's not highly defensible.
That's a valid point. I mean, it was originally Cult of Worms operating without anyone's knowledge. If there was something down there that they left by some chance, it would be fairly simplistic to send in people to get it.
It's not like
Hell.
they've been looking there the last year either.
But even, I mean, while it is true, it does not necessarily make sense for Andrasha to send a small army to deal with retrieving or anything with that crypt, from what I remember. It is also true that, as I said, we didn't know what we were looking at back then. We thought it was. We were originally in the graveyard to investigate vandalism. So.
That's a hell of a lot of vandalism.
It was under the surface. That we.
It was a joke. It's okay.
It's entirely possible that we might find things that I missed back then. Now that we actually have some frame of reference for what we're looking at.
Possible. It's also entirely possible it's a waste of time. We don't know, and that's the frustrating thing.
Yes, but it's the only thing we have that we can actually do.
Hmm.
Yes, there are other things that we need to investigate and go explore, but we also don't know where they are to go to them.
Yeah, we need direction.
Yes,
No one
that
seems
is,
intent on giving us a heading either.
which is why that might be, it's the one place we know of, and it may give us something that helps one of those various threads make more sense.
That's
But
a fair
it's either,
point.
and it's either that or I don't know what else at this moment.
Yeah.
As I said, if we don't come up with anything better between now and whenever this meeting ends, it's the best next step I've heard so far.
Hmm.
The
Suppose.
concrete next step.
I wasn't going to argue against it. I was saying, I suppose. Because I don't know. I'm... More
Yep,
time
no,
would
we
be
gotta go
beneficial, but
out.
it's not something we have right now.
Honestly, at this point, I wish there was just a large group of them I could charge into. At least that would be something concrete.
More bone, but sure. We have to be able to make jokes every now and then.
I was just more thinking that technically, yes, concrete wouldn't be an adjective used in this word because
No, concrete's quite old. Didn't the Romans make
They
concrete?
have concrete, yeah.
Yeah.
It was
well, in
steel,
that case, I roll my eyes at Aquila.
It's like, no, concrete's ancient.
In fact, the Romans made concrete that could rival, if not be stronger than today. Concrete
Yeah.
capable
We
of
just don't know
holding
how they
firm
did it.
in water and what. Yeah, yep. We
It's
lost
like
a
we don't
lot
know
during the Dark Ages.
I know, like how to make Damascus steel, which has carbon fucking nanotubes in it.
Anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
focus, yeah.
Yeah, I
Good
was,
for you historians.
either way, at the moment, we're waiting on a road for Bast. So
Yep.
I suppose let's get some sleep so that we can.
Be as refreshed as we're going to be.
Yes, sure.
Do we need to set up watches?
Might as well stay in the habit.
It might be a good
Yeah.
idea.
It's probably a good idea.
Gotta keep our sleep schedule
okay.
constant, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
whatever
you're getting ahead of
order.
yourselves.
I thought we were there.
No, you're on the road. You're having conversations.
Oh.
This is what are you guys doing, if anything,
Oh,
on your
I thought
trip.
this was a.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so
guess
We
we
skipped
left.
ahead.
I thought we got to the river, and then it was we went back and sent a message. So I don't know
Oh,
where we are
no.
now.
Sorry, we kept skipping around.
I believe Omen was making conversation on the road, trying to figure things out. So I welcome more conversation or any, additional uses of sending spells or any other ways of figuring things out or whatever you may have. But I mean, just you have a day. If you want to just time skip the day, we can time skip the day and we can show up at the river.
Tolly. Perhaps you should ask Regina if they've had any sightings of the undead that were coming towards them. Towards Japan.
Should we check the tablet first? I feel like it would be on the tablet.
Yeah.
Fine.
Sure.
I guess we
As
can
you
check
were
the
saying
tablet.
that was my thought too.
The tablet has no new information. Remember, you did just I believe you did just speak to Regina about this
Oh,
issue
okay,
just
that's right.
last night.
That's right.
Instantaneous travel can mess with your
Yeah.
timeline a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Don't know, because it would be nice to get some confirmation of where that force is going, if they are following Bast or if they're still on the march towards Japan.
Yeah, I mean, they had to. Well, no. I guess someone from Genavium could have just sent a message. They don't necessarily have to have eyes on the.
Well,
Well,
Lydia,
we can.
they watched Lydia literally saw it pass, then take a swipe at them and move on. But I don't think there's anything really between there, and there. No.
What is our plan with the spear, besides simply getting it behind stronger, more defensible walls?
If she
we-
can track it, then I would like to then I would like to make it unable to be tracked. Whether that's just locking it away somewhere or doing something to it.
I think your lead-lined container idea holds merit.
Thank you. If somebody thinks it does.
I think that could be. If the last place it was going was inside the city, and it suddenly loses its
Trackability.
pull for her, it could be slipped out and moved.
And that was my thought. Because
I should apologize. I didn't mean to. The lead-lined case idea is definitely something we should try. I just
Yeah.
think we should also come up with a.
I'm not saying that's the
Those-
only thing to do. It just seemed a possibility. You can't see through lead.
No, it's the best thing we have for sure. I'm concerned about it not working, and I can't
Mhm.
see through lead, but I also can't track a spear across a continent after dying. I don't know
Well,
what the hell allows
Probably a
her
good thing.
You're aware of
My point being, it's not a magic that I'm aware of,
familiar with.
or even
Yeah.
probably a normal type of magic that allows her to do that.
Mm.
So we can't say for sure that even if lead can block the signatures of whatever that is, that it can prevent the tracking however she's managing to do it.
Perhaps it's bound to her as well.
That would be my
Much like the
assumption.
army.
So, as I said, definitely the first thing to try, but
Mm. Maybe there's a way to interfere with it, but I don't know. Magic is clearly not my strong suit.
There are those of a similar disposition to my own that have weapons bound to them, but and perhaps times have changed. I'm not familiar with exactly all of the fighting styles from that long ago, but these arcane knights, when they bind to their swords, they are able to recall them from vast distances.
But she doesn't seem able to do that.
Perhaps it's because the weapon has changed hands a number of times. I've not seen it myself.
Linnea did attune herself to it.
Hmm. Do you wonder if attuning could at least maybe make it more difficult?
also
It
worth a
is-
try.
there's different magics we're dealing with. So cannot say for sure.
No, but at this point, I'm willing to try many things. Not anything, but many things.
And not right now while we're traveling, but I'm gonna put it out there so that someone hopefully helps me remember. Whenever we set up camp for the night, I'm gonna try and connect with Zadok and see if he does in fact know anything about the Star Spear. I don't necessarily expect much, especially since I don't really have anything to give for that information in return right now, or a whole lot to go off of question-wise, but
I mean, you not dying might be beneficial to him.
I think we've concluded that's kind of a wash, especially at this point.
Yeah, well, depends. Lear
He's gotta-
could potentially be in danger too.
Don't
If
remind
both
me.
of his puppets are in danger, what's he going to do?
Both.
Yes, look, the both that we know of.
Perhaps we should also think of a heading once we have decided what to do with the spear. It
I
seems
agree.
as though we could try to find these relics and
That's what I
get
want to do.
them into safekeeping. If we already know what some of them are, perhaps.
What the hell are we going to find that rod again?
You agree that is probably the most pressing thing, since it was, at least it seems to be, that if he gets his hands on, Andrashid gets his hands on them, he becomes immensely
Much
more
more
powerful.
difficult to stop.
Yes. Unfortunately, we have a very generic description of two of them, and the others are completely unknown.
Well,
We need
they
to.
will. If they're anything like the rod, they'll also probably be putting off very powerful necromantic energies.
It might, similarly to looking back at Dupont, it might behoove us to go back to race and drill deeper into the graveyard there. See if there are any other. Perhaps find similarities in burial sites.
But it looked just like a hill. It's not something that from the outside you would really think of as a burial mound. We only knew what it was because the backside of it had collapsed.
If we could, and I agree that it is once again a possibility. Unfortunately, that is even more time spent traveling while an army moves. But if we could, in theory, find or bring someone with a better knowledge of Celestial than we had at the time.
I've simply not seen it myself. Another set of eyes, another mind thinking about it. But if you're sure you've done all you can in this place,
Well, that was my point, is that there were a number of runes and a number of carvings that we couldn't make sense of at the time.
Well, because they weren't sentences. Because I'm fluent in Celestial. It's like they weren't,
So specifically, I was thinking Lorene.
Yeah, I
was
know.
probably
But again, it's one of
fluent.
those that's it wasn't. It wasn't like normal language. It was
There's an
Magic,
arcane
which-
written in Celestial.
yeah. As I said,
Right,
it was
which is-
magic, which doesn't necessarily have inherent meaning. So
Which is why I said Lorene, because she is both celestial and a mage, and might be able to make at least what the design and goal was, or anything that might be hidden in them. I know they're not a language, because if they were a language, I could have read them myself. But since I don't have a grasp of regular magic fundamentals, even understanding the simplistic magical meaning of them, I can't dig in farther.
it's a thought.
And you guys did get a basic understanding of the magic in that room. It was warding against necromancy. I mean, that was the bare. Excuse the pun. The bare bones of it. It was
Yeah.
preservation of that within and warding of
That
of
without.
necromancy from without. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but it sounds like we've run out of actionable.
Spinning our wheels.
Yeah, yeah.
We're good at that.
I mean, Christian, if you disagree, please continue. Or anybody. Okay. So from what I remember, when you contacted Bost, you were just like, "Hey, we'll meet you on the road." So you didn't really set up a meeting point.
No, not really. I just said we'll meet you part way. Yeah.
Okay.
The road's not that wide.
I assume we just run into each other eventually.
Okay. Well, how long would you like to go, and where are you stopping?
Didn't he say he would be able to make it to the ferry that day?
Yeah,
Presumably
we're not gonna.
meaning the ferry that crosses
Mhm.
the Upper Rousseron,
Yeah.
Like,
not the Cotalin.
Which we're
There's a bridge over the Cotalin.
Gotcha.
and we're just gonna get to that point.
You can push
means-
to that point, yeah.
Okay,
And
which means
presumably,
potentially
if there's not any sort of holdup, Bost may be able to make it to the Cotalin. That's just your best guess looking at the map and figuring how fast a horse could make it.
Well, I mean, I suppose if that's the most reasonable place we could get to today ourselves, that's probably a
where
good
we'd
place
get
to
to.
stop. Well, I mean, like,
Okay.
there's no need to. We don't need to push ourselves because Bost isn't going to make it the next day. Like, he isn't going to get. We're not going to get him there tonight.
Yeah,
And if he has said that at the moment there's nothing, he didn't indicate that he's in any kind of danger at the moment. In case something does catch up with us tomorrow, we
yeah.
should.
Okay, so what
Yeah,
I'm asking is, do you want to push yourself to get to the place where, and I don't mean like exhaustion rolls, I mean traveling after dark. Do you want to push yourself to the point where you suspect you'll be able to meet him? Do you want to push yourself as far as you can, possibly risking exhaustion, or do you just want to stop when the sun goes down and Boss can meet you tomorrow?
I'm gonna say stop at the Cotalin, right?
But so, if we get to the Cotalin, you say we're possibly risking exhaustion rolls.
No. but it
No,
will be,
okay,
it
well-
the
will be
limit.
well after dark because you didn't leave until noon.
Okay, then yes,
That's the limit of
we will
not
go-
exhaustion travel.
my vote is to just try and go get to the Kotalin then.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So yes, Kotalin.
Okay. Presumably, there's nothing more you want to do on your travel. We've discussed everything, and you've done any preparation that you would otherwise like to do. You travel on for another 10 hours or so, breaks here and there as you need them. And it does the sun does go down, but you do have a paved road ahead of you. So there's no real chance of getting lost. And you've dealt with the measly highwaymen that are bold enough to patrol here and ran them off without any problem previously.
Yeah, I'm sure 2 half giants make that easy.
Aquila,
Mhm.
go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage,
Okay.
and anybody else that feels like they would be particularly keeping an eye out.
Thank you, advantage. You make me not terrible.
Last thing I saw was religion, and I was very confused.
I mean, I got the same score for it.
Is Aquila the only one rolling?
I'm rolling.
There we
Ooh.
Tully's on point. On
So Tali's
Tully is
keeping
on
an eye
it.
out.
Yeah, sorry. My character sheet took a while to pop up.
Sure.
But yeah, it's there.
Tully is on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you travel on, and it does take you probably another 2, maybe 3 hours after sunset before you get to the Catalan River. And it's the river itself is about just over half a mile wide, which is really nothing compared to the Roussillon, which spans between, say, 1 mile and 5 miles wide at places. But there is a long bridge that spans from one side of the Kotalin to the other. A number of stone archways and different places of landing just off of the foundation of this bridge. It is raised up enough that that smaller trade ships, either relying entirely on rows, on manpower, or ships that have collapsible masts, would be able to sail underneath this bridge. It is not, however, a main trade waterway, so the larger ships don't come down here. So the bridge itself probably sits maybe 20 feet off the water, if that. And it spans, as I said, about 3,000 feet or so, with archways every few hundred. You travel your way along this bridge, and Tali, you are really the only one who notices this as you get to the south side of this bridge. You hear just the slightest of stirring, the shifting of soil or small pebbles off to the side of the bridge.
I'm gonna whisper to the group, I hear something, and look over the side of the bridge.
Okay. You look down and you see a gravelly, grayish sand beach line, if you could call it that. maybe 5 to 10 feet of rough ground before the water slowly laps against the shore, the river's edge. With that 25, I will also give you. You do see in the sand just the slightest of indentations spaced out that looks sort of like potentially hoofprints and or footprints that have been very purposely patted down.
Cool. She's pointed this out to us?
Mhm. And with that, Aquila, now that you're paying a little bit more attention, your mind wandered for a bit, and you did not hear this over the slight lapping of the water underneath you. You pick out what is what is probably the sleeping breaths of a large beast. somewhere
Yeah, I was gonna
nearby.
say, it's like, so do I, because I know what boss smells like. Do I smell anything familiar?
Now that you are focusing on it,
Mhm.
you do smell Bost's particular musk and that of a horse.
Cool. We're gonna go down there to see him.
Okay.
Boss, is that you?
Let's say.
Boss.
Okay. Well,
being
since Tali
secretive.
did actually call out,
He's
you
being
make
secretive.
you.
Don't do that.
you make your way down the steps of this bridge and off the stone brick road, because you are on one of the main roads of the Empire,
Mhm.
off into the grass, down over to where there's about a 10-foot, very, very steep slope that goes down to the water's edge. And now that you're closer, you can see that a decent chunk of this slope does look like it has given way under the weight of a horse that was very precariously moved down underneath the bridge. You do call out in hushed tones to Bost, and you see peeking out from behind one of the stone support pillars of this bridge. Bost peeks his head out, holding a short sword as if getting
It's
ready to
us.
thrust forward, and he
It's us.
gives you a head
Boss.
nod.
Calling people's names when they're trying to be sneaky.
Whisper yelled it.
I'm glad
Glad
you
you're
could make
safe.
it.
Glad you're doing all right. Any signs that that you are being followed?
Not that I could see.
Hmm.
Any word of Dupont?
Not yet, no. I was going to contact them again in the morning.
Rennick was quite upset that he could not join me.
Oh.
I imagine so. I hope that the army turns away.
Indeed.
We're hoping that they are after this.
Uh,
This item that you've been tasked to carry. Nah.
right. With that, he does look over his shoulder and sort of gesture with his elbow. And Tali, again, you are the only one to pick this out with your natural 20. It does look like he buried the lance probably just a couple inches into the ground here and then covered it up, but you can see where some soil has been disturbed and then patted down.
Hiding spot.
In case something were to happen to me. Should I leave it there? Should we keep going?
I think we're all going to stay here for the night. But this was a good spot to choose, very hidden.
Jack, so I don't know if you'll tell me this or not, but with a high enough Arcana roll, is there any chance that if I had the spear and with the help of Zadok tried to once again kind of go down into it and kind of understand its makeup, and probably not, the problem is I think it's the time frame I have to work with, that I could figure out any idea of whether it is like the connection to Shiloh.
You are certainly willing to try, and you are certainly willing to begin that endeavor. It would be very similar to your attempt to break down and reconstruct the tablet, though.
Okay. The only thing I was hoping just because since I wasn't trying to recreate the whole thing, I was just trying to understand one part of it that might be faster, but I figured it wouldn't be.
Perhaps. I mean, you're welcome to try.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Just trying to think of anything that might give us some more information.
Okay.
Not to mention, we were going to see if the doc knows any more about it. So, what better way to find out than give him access to it?
Okay. So let me ask, now that you're here, it would be very cramped under this bridge if you all really want to stay down here with Boston a horse. So I mean, you can at that point. You probably wouldn't be particularly well hidden. So my question is, one, what are your plans for camping tonight? And two, Ander, I assume that means you go over and dig up the spear.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll explain before I just go dig it up. I will tell everyone what my thought process is, so that they're not completely caught unaware by me digging it up or what would happen later. Also, what does the topography around here look like? Is there a place to? Well, yeah. What's the area look like?
Once you get back up that maybe 10-foot decline down into the edge of the river, it's fairly flat around here. There is the stone laid road that you've been traveling on, but other than that, there you did pass some farmsteads on the way here, but at this point, they've tapered off. You can probably still see a few of the fields in the distance back the way you came, but for the most part, there's the river, this decline, the road, and then just plains. Patches of trees and brush here or there, but no major means of obscuring yourself.
Yeah,
That's
no
why
place to
Boss
hide the
chose
dome.
bridge. Yeah.
Fair. And on a flat plain, on a road, a major thoroughfare, I don't want to try and hope to camouflage it well enough to not get picked up.
Don't worry, this is just a perfectly hemispherical green dome. It's just grass. Keep moving.
Yeah. Maybe if there was Maybe on a new moon when there's no light out. Maybe.
Right. But it is still a full moon. It is quite light out.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
so.
So that would definitely be picked up. So yes, do we want to? I don't know how well hidden we are with all of us down here anyway. Do we want to camp someplace a little more, well, spacious? And we also at least would have the option of being able to see more around us.
Yeah, seems
We're
like a
not-
better idea.
With
That
it
is the
being a group of
downside.
us, it's a bit easier.
That is the downside of being in a ravine, is we can't really see any lay of the land. Obviously, in the middle of the night, it's going to be somewhat hard too, but
I was like, can you get the horse back up though?
Yes.
What do I know of horses?
and now at least we have safety in numbers. Hopefully.
More or less, yes.
So, yeah, I suppose unless anyone objects, we might as well, go back up and set up camp,
Yeah.
not under a bridge.
Darn it, we don't get to be trolls.
Okay. So you're just going to head up, make camp a little off the road, and set up for the night.
Yeah,
Okay. Just confirmation. I'm not trying to
He
trap you
feels.
guys in
know.
anything.
I know. He feels like it. He clearly thinks it's a trap.
Just
That tone. It's like, is this the trap?
I'm definitely not setting up the dome though because it's too
Yeah.
exposed and
okay.
one errant traveler.
Yeah.
So, because you are suspicious of a possible incoming danger, go ahead and think about watches.
Yep.
It is late into the night, so I assume there's not going to be much in the way of, just hanging out and doing stuff. So if there's anything you want to do, like Ander checking out this spear, that's something you will be doing while on watch, I presume.
I mean, there are 6 of us here right
Yeah.
now.
So
Which means-
that could be 2, 2, and 2.
Well, but Tali only needs 4 hours, which
Sure.
means that
Yeah, true.
Ander could avoid a watch if Bost is willing to take it instead.
Mm-hmm.
And spend that time working on trying to
Yeah.
see what I can find. Yeah,
Yeah,
That
it's a
makes
pretty
sense.
bright night, so boss should have any issues seeing.
Also, we should ask Bost.
He will nod.
We can tell boss.
No, we're being nice, damn it.
well, if that's the plan, then I'm going to go ahead and start working on the spear now and then use the first watch. So to get as much time at once as possible.
Okay.
So you're
I
going,
mean-
you're going to essentially stay up for the first watch and spend that time working on the spear.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then whatever time before we start technically doing watch. I know you said there's not much, but anything I can get essentially.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Who's on first?
who are-
Who's on second? What's on third?
Yeah. I'll
Uh,
do first and second.
Yeah, I'll do first with Tali.
Okay.
Who wants second and
Yeah. Oh, armory
oh,
second.
okay, it's like because and Bost is in there too, so he gets put in there at one point.
We'll take a watch with Bost.
Okay, so third watch. I guess that means Sevgi. Yeah, Sevgi and
Yay.
Tali
All right.
on second. So there we go.
Okay. So everyone sets up for the evening. Everyone gets to sleep except for Talia, Aquila, and Ander. Talia and Aquila, go ahead and roll me a perception check. Yes, Aquila, you can have advantage. Ander, make me an Arcana check.
Oof.
I used
There
all
we
my
go.
perception to find boss.
Don't worry, I made up for it this time.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Not bad.
No, that was pretty good.
One away.
Shh, still pretty good.
Yeah. I would have liked everything I could have gotten, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
mean-
Tali, you're distracted. Your thoughts are racing in your head about how to proceed and things in
Also-
Dupont, worrying about your altar.
Oh yeah.
There's also some really weird shit about to start happening right now.
Yeah, and
Right
Ander,
next to
Oh
you.
yeah.
who sits down and you are supposed to be on watch, but you're fascinated by Ander sitting down, gripping this spear tightly, and you can see after a few minutes goes by, there's this darkening under his nails and his fingers. His eyes begin to squint and close tightly, and there's just this thin trickle of brackish oil that comes down his cheeks. Aquila,
is
you're
focused.
not concerned. You got more important things to deal with than
I mean, if honestly,
Anders
she's probably
Harrison.
got her back to him at this point.
yeah.
Because it's like, nope, not paying attention to that nonsense. Got a job to do.
Ander, you just did something like this only a couple days ago. You're fairly familiar with the practice, and you draw upon that consistency being key to these sort of things. And with Zadok's help, and with Redna's help again, Tali, you would see that Redna does pop out of the kidney bean and move down Ander's arm, and Redna actually stretches out, encompassing both of his hands around the spear, so that Redna sort of wraps Redna's self around the central haft of the spear, and there's just a row of eyes that pop up down the line between his two hands.
So
And
cool.
actually, since we got started describing this before I was thinking about it, I had actually planned on having bringing Redna out before I. Considering I think I noticed he was on the tab before. I think I've just kind of realizing that he's a part of this, and
Yeah.
or at the very least enjoys being a part of it.
Yeah.
Was going to actively, small detail, but I don't know.
Okay.
An important detail.
Ander, you can feel your sense of self sort of dissolving through you again and going back down, riding this sort of oil slick that moves through your veins down into your hands and sort of flows over this spear and seeps down into its material. And your immediate sensation, while feeling isn't really the right word, you sense cold you've never felt before, cold that's almost the absence of heat entirely, and you feel the weight of time. You're not sure how long, but it again messes with your sense of self. And at this point, just concentrating on this, you almost have to give up any concern for your immediate person. So you don't know whether you're spending 15 minutes, 3 hours, or 300 years staring down at this spear, but it feels like eons. Or at least it feels that long in the span of a few seconds. You're not sure. Time is almost irrelevant at this point. And you can feel that perception almost seeping into the essence of this spear. And you do sense a difference. At first, it's very much the same from what you expect, from what you've seen of your own Whitewood staff, what you've seen from your initial examination of the tablet, you detect that layer. You detect the arcane mesh. You can detect those minuscule whatever that seems to be holding the what's the sewing term? Weft and weave of the mesh together, holding those intersection points, if not creating those intersection points. You can feel those, and you begin to probe deeper, getting a full sense of the staff, the spear, and you realize that the arcane mesh only really encompasses this object, surrounds this object. It doesn't permeate the object like everything else you've seen. Everything else being the two other things you've examined. But whereas whatever the arcane mesh, the arcane weave is, it's been fully present in the entirety of whatever object, the tablet and the staff. But this, it seems to be a core devoid of whatever the arcane weave is. And seemingly the magic has been applied to it after its creation, during its creation, but only on the outside. There's definitely a foreignness to this spear. Tali, that is when you notice Ander has this almost diabolical grin to his face.
All right, Tali's probably looking concerned. I don't think Anders hardly ever grinned like that, so she's
No.
just.
No, he's going full
You
Cheshire
okay?
Cat here.
Yeah, Tali's
I think
uncomfortable.
Steven can actually manage that expression.
But you pull yourself back out to this border wrapping of the weave, and you try to just feel it, get a sense for it. Make a charisma check for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
Tali, you notice the grip that he has on the spear, while it was already tight, tightens even further. He is completely white-knuckled against this spear at this point. And, well, it's probably too thick for his nails to dig into his palms. He is gripping this spear seemingly as tight as he can. His eyes begin to grip even tighter, to the point where this sort of ever-present trickle of oil down his cheeks is actually pinched off. The crazed smile goes away at that point and turns almost into a pained grimace. And Ander, you can sense through the vibrations of the arcane mesh here, and your sense of self is almost pulled into them. And while again, sight isn't the appropriate sense to use, you get a sensation of a visual of Shilué. You feel like she's looking at you, into you, through you, and you feel, again, this passing of time, and you can see, in the matter of only a few moments, you see Shilué as she was when she was alive. A fairly attractive elven woman of nice posture, nice stature, tall, flowing red hair, kitted out as much as you can see. Again, see isn't the right word, but you can sense the military kit to her. You can sense the honor and pride she takes in her patriotism, and you can feel the staff. You can feel yourself, or the spear. You can feel yourself. The spear. Are they? Is there a difference at this point? You can feel you can feel her. You can feel like part of you is part of her, and part of her is part of you. And again, in a few moments, you see time flash by in an instant. You see the skin tighten, the eyes shrivel, the hair begin to fall out and get matted. You can see her decomposing into the figure that she is today. And that's when you sense a darkness in what is left of the eye cavities of this risen corpse, almost devoid of light. Similar, but not the same as what you've seen when Zadok has granted you various visions. There's an absence in her eyes at this point, but also an intensity as it flares in your direction, and you can feel this bone-chilling cold pass through you. You can feel a sense of heartbreak, worse than you felt before. You can feel like you are incomplete, like a part of you is not only gone but stolen from you, and you need to get it back. And you almost lose yourself for a bit. Tali, you notice Ander still gripping this spear tightly, eyes still clamped shut, begins to stand up.
Ander,
And
are you
begins
going somewhere?
taking slow paces away from camp.
I mean, I'd assume I'd notice
I'm
him doing
gonna
that.
grab him.
So, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
just because now, once again, now that I'm seeing it play out, would that? I realize it wouldn't affect the one, but would that have was that a check or a save? And if it was a save, not a check, would that have been a charm effect?
I am keeping that was a check and not really a save.
Okay.
And no, it's not a charm effect in any sense that your elven heritage would have given you any bonuses for.
Okay.
But good to remind me, yes.
Trying to salvage the situation.
You get the sense that you peered so deeply into a soul-bound item that, you've become part of that connection temporarily, and she is now aware of it. I assume the two people on watch are intervening at this point.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So you just grab at him? Stop him moving?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab his arm or something, try to pull him back.
He keeps making the motion like he's continuing to try to move on, but it's not any meaningful attempt to break free of your grasp. It's just like he doesn't even realize he's being held and continues.
Yeah,
to-
I'm gonna try to sort
Pat
of
his
snap him
cheek
out
a
of it.
little bit.
Okay,
Kinda
but
pat
between the
Ander.
two of you, you slap him a few times and shake him around a little bit. And Ander, yes, you are almost pulled violently from this. From this experience. As this happens, Aquila and Tali, you see Redna just fall off the staff, just and splat down on the ground. Not keeping form, just back into Redna's original amorphous shape of a small brain-like object in a little oily blob of goo. And Ander, your eyes shoot open, and for a split second, there is no pupil, there is no iris, there is no sclera, there is just black. Not the oily black that your comrades may be familiar with when you detect magic or whatnot. There is an absence in your eyes, which immediately sort of blinks out, and you collapse.
Okay.
Well, shoot. Okay.
Only for a second.
Gonna scoop. Okay.
Tali, you go down to scoop Ander up, and as you're kind of
No, she went for
dragging-
Redna.
Oh,
She went
Oh,
for
you went for
Redna.
I was
Redna.
gonna
Okay.
scoop. I was gonna scoop Redna into his kidney bean and then drag Ander back to his bed
Well, I
or
was gonna say,
something,
it's
but-
like I'm gonna grab the spear away from him and again make sure that he actually comes to.
Sure, you can take the spear away from me. He's no longer gripping it.
Yeah.
Tali, you can go down, and it takes a little bit to get Redna into the kidney bean, because Redna is kind
Loose.
of liquid at this point. kind of a like a
He's less
less-
jelly than normal.
yeah, less solid silly putty sort of situation. But you kind of scoop him up. He's kind of dirty. Things are sticking to him. Quick, get a straw. Yeah, you
No, Sorry,
and
Redna.
you kind of pass him back and forth long enough to keep him stable until you can get him into the kidney bean, and you begin dragging Ander back closer to camp. He only got a few paces away, but Ander, you do eventually come to. Again, timelessness has prevented you from really experiencing how long it has been, but you realize you are being dragged back somewhere, and you are cold, and you feel this emptiness, this sense of longing, like you would from waking up in a dream from a nightmare such as this.
Yeah, probably just lets out kind of a groan first. What the? Huh?
I'm going to guess you didn't intend to do that.
Do what?
You started walking away
Yeah, with the spear.
with the spear.
No, that was not the intention.
All right. What
If I
happened?
So, Jack, do I think I touched just a impression she left, or do I think the actual nail walking the earth as an undead child away knows I've messed with her spear? Or yes.
Yeah, I'll throw
I don't
I'll throw
know
this
what you think.
into the Arcana check you had before. That was your understanding of the situation, and your Charisma check was your ability to deal with the situation. You were not able to deal with the situation, but you can understand it. Yes,
Sounds terrible.
this spear has a fragment of her soul in it. It is literally part of her existential existence. And for a moment, because you went so deep into it, your soul and that fragment melded,
Oh.
and you could sense the other end of that. It's like a soup can telephone with a string between two cans. You know there's a connection. You don't know how long that string is, but you know there is a connection, and it goes both ways.
I'm guessing
You-
because I did so badly on that charisma check, though, I didn't really get a whole lot from that connection.
Right. You don't get the sense that I will tell you this. You get the sense that you peering into it and you interacting with it activated it in some way or provided some sort of source that allowed it to sort of ping.
Oh.
Until you got that deep into your analysis of this item, it doesn't look like it was, constantly communicating. You triggered something that sent off just a single ping, just ping, and it rippled out. And for the briefest second, there was a connection. But there wasn't a consistent connection before then, and as you broke out of it, you could feel the connection snap.
So, good thing to take out of that.
That literally did the opposite of what I was trying to accomplish.
I don't know. I think something good came of it.
Well, the best case scenario that I had hoped for, but wasn't even going to ask for, was that I might be able to get an idea of where she was. And I'm pretty sure I just did the opposite. Which, yes, I realize there were some advantages to that, but fuck. 19 followed by a 1.
Ander, I will give you this, and I know it is super cryptic. You felt like you were looking through a very cloudy telescope the wrong way.
Okay.
So just flip the spear over and do it again.
No, he's not doing it again.
I would imagine after that experience, I probably don't have the energy to do that again.
Keela's certainly not going to willingly hand him the spear again.
Well, I can confirm that A, that is most definitely not from here originally.
How so?
Granted, I don't have a large sample size to work from, but with other magic items, or the white wood even, as weird as it is, the arcane weave goes through it, permeates it. It's a part of it.
Okay.
It's wrapped around that. It doesn't go to the core of it. It isn't natural to it. It's not a part of it. And from what I can tell, it is a part of everything here. To some degree, at least.
I see.
I also think I have an idea of the connection. There's her connection to this is so strong. There's a part of her in it, part of her attached to it.
So it's bound to her somewhat
Soul.
like how her army is.
It would seem to be. Unfortunately, I think I touched too deep. I'm fairly certain she's aware that I was messing with it.
Okay.
And yes, I don't know how much that gave her, but I think she was more aware of it than she has been for a little while.
Hopefully that would steer her army away from Japan.
I
Towards
suppose
us.
that it's true. Well, that was technically the goal anyway.
Mm. Well, Kia's gonna start fiddling with it, trying to get it back into its smaller form.
I mean,
think you would
you
have
might,
to-
yeah, you might not be a mage, but you know it will take attunement to make a
Okay.
change form.
Okay, I didn't remember.
Mm.
It's been a while. It's like, damn it, I want it to be smaller so it's easier to carry.
Just snap it in pieces.
No, that sounds like a terrible
Let's
idea.
do that.
I'm
Everybody take a piece and go in a different direction.
Yeah, because magic things don't explode when you break them,
Eh. It's not magic. It's only surrounded by magic.
which will also explode.
so, Andrew, unless there is anything more you feel like you would like to accomplish, you're not exhausted, but you are quite beat.
I was just gonna add real quick that unfortunately I didn't figure out any way to sever her connection, if that's even possible, without being able to sever a soul. And we can still definitely
Okay.
try the lead box, but I feel more concerned now that it's not a normal magical tracking that she's using. If
Mm. Mm. Yeah.
I got the sense that it was almost like missing an arm for her, or some part of her. It's a very deep connection she has to it.
We'll say actually that
Also, oh, go ahead.
Andrew, you have no recollection of time in this experience, but this to keep things moving along, this is coming up against the end of the first watch. So Bost and Omen will probably, if not begin stirring on their own, Tali and Aquila, you would know it's about time to
Yeah.
get them woken up so they can adjust. But
Go
Also,
continue.
wouldn't it be the second
Oh,
watch?
sounds like
Where's Redna? He was on the spear when.
he fell off of
He
it.
fell off, so I scooped him back into his being. He was a little mushy.
And Andrew is going to immediately reach around and yank it off and check.
Yeah, you sort of grab your kidney bean shaped lead line vessel, and sort of peer inside. I mean, it's super dark in there, and you're looking at a black oily blob. But after a little
you can
bit of
connect too.
yeah,
Like
you can connect. After a couple seconds of connection, when you connect, telepathically and whatnot, you get the sense that Ren is just kind of dazed momentarily, stunned momentarily. A few moments goes by, and you can see Renna begin to take shape again, and sort of slowly and kind of wobbly start moving, reaching with little pseudopods for the rim of the kidney bean. Normally Renna just kind of reverse slurps itself back out wherever it wants to go, but there's a conscientious probing for his surroundings and slowly pulling himself up, and eventually Renna does form a single eye and stare back up at you. We were different.
Yes, that was an unpleasant experience.
Are they all right?
Are you okay? They said you fell off. You weren't responding.
I feel
He
like
got a
I'm
little
missing
sloshy
something.
there too.
I assume I still have that kind of same lingering
Mhm.
psychic imprint as well. Yes, I have that same feeling. I think it's
Renna pulls himself out and just sort of slumps down into your lap, and a few eye stalks come off and a few pseudopods pop out, and you see Rena just sort of flipping over and rotating, jumping slightly on your lap as eyeballs kind of reach around and try to inspect the entirety of Redna's shape as he continues to just kind of keep himself rotating as this sort of undulating ball in the air. You get the sense that this is the Redna equivalent of chasing a dog's tail. Like, am I all here? I don't know. Something seems off.
I think it was just.
I think I got all of you off the ground.
I think it's just.
It's a metaphorical thing. I think it might wear off.
That, first of all, I'm pretty sure we're having this psychic like.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Why were we so far away?
There was a piece of someone else's soul, I think, connected to that spear, and for
What's
a
his
moment
goal?
we.
Oh, you get to have that discussion with him.
Is that what I'm missing?
Does Redna have a soul? Oof. And go to sleep. You can figure out how to explain things later.
Once again.
Oh, that's right. You're having it psychically, but still, go to sleep.
I'm sure you have it if I knew what it was, but it's essentially persons of self, let's say. And she feels like this, or not this, because I don't have it anymore. I think Ahila still has it.
Mm-hmm.
That spear was a part of her. We felt so far away because I think for a minute we were connected to her. And I think the feeling of loss is just a imprint that was left. Hopefully it will pass with time.
Okay.
As far as I can tell, you're all there.
So we'll say, Ander, you lay down to get some rest.
Yeah.
And as you're falling asleep, you get Redna in your mind still, who goes, "I miss my and that's what you fall asleep to. Akila and Tali, you realize that Redna has elongated itself into a spear-like form with eyes just down the haft. I mean, it's not as long as a spear because Redna's only so big, so it's kind of like the size of a. I mean, it's kind of like the size of what the star spear would be in stiletto form, but it's spear shaped.
We're not letting him do that again. I'm worried about what it might do a second time.
But presumably, it is time for Omen and Boss to take the reins.
Your turn. No, wait. It would still be
Second
it would be Tali and Sevgi's turn.
Yep.
Omen and Boss were third watch.
Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. All right. Akila, you head off. Sevgi, you get up.
Yep.
Okay. Akila, what did you do with the spear before you?
She still got it.
So you're just kind of like cuddling with it as you sleep?
Honestly, I kind of want to attune to it.
Isn't it 8 hours though? You should probably sleep.
I know. I don't have to do it this second.
I think you can attune during a short rest, but I don't think there would be enough. Let me put it this way. If you want to roll a Constitution save to see if you can to sort of force march yourself to keep yourself awake for an extra hour tonight, in order to attune, you can do that.
Sure, I'll give it a try.
Okay.
A Constitution check or save?
I believe it's a save.
Okay, it's fine because it's the same either way.
Yeah. Okay.
14.
And I think either way, even if you failed, you would then go to sleep and then recover your your exhaustion
Yeah.
level anyway.
Oh, sorry, I did that with advantage, but the 14 was first.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, so it takes some time, but you do feel like you've attuned to it. Assuming you don't have 3 other things attuned, but I don't think you do. I haven't
I don't
added
have
out.
any other things attuned.
Yeah.
None of 'em-
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you feel a little bit of connection to this item. It takes a little bit, but you feel like it's starting to. You're trying to figure out. You start to figure out how it works, and you eventually, slam it down into
Yeah.
its stiletto form.
And then I'm gonna put it in my bag because, again, just want it tucked away.
Okay.
I do like that I just said it had such a strong connection that it was like sucked me into her for a second, and her response, oh, let me connect to it myself.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Akil doesn't think that she's gonna make that strong of a connection.
I know, it's just funny.
I mean, plus Linnea was attuned to it for a
Well,
while. And
yeah, but
she
Shiloh was not raised at that point.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, so who's dead?
Because honestly, I tend to think that Akila's connection to the weave is rather weak at best.
I can explain that in an after show.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Sevgi and Tali, make me another perception rolls.
Now that Anders not distracting me anymore.
Yep.
Better.
Hey.
Okay. Okay. Tali and Sevgi, you're staying up, obviously, for a bit on your watch, keeping a lookout. You don't notice much of anything. The moon is bright in the sky. It's just past or I mean you got to sleep late, so it's it's well into its night cycle at this point. And about an hour or so goes by. Sevgi, you hear what sounds like very distant hoof prints, or the pattering of hooves. It sounds distant, but it's also loud. You look over into the direction where you're getting this this feeling. It's as much of a sound as it is a chill that runs down your back. You look over just in time to see a rolling cloud of mist solidify
Oh. Shoot.
into the taut remains of a winged horse-like creature that comes galloping out of this mist straight towards your group. It solidifies maybe 20 feet away, charges into the group. You can see on horseback a startling image. You are flashed back to your moment in the tomb just before you got beat down with a shield. You see Shiloh riding on the back of this now corporeal but once ephemeral creature. Spear, antique-looking spear raised up in one hand, shield in front of her as she gallops forward. Throws the spear goes down low on her horse, bends over, and begins reaching down. I am going to.
Reaching down for what?
I'll get there.
Okay.
It's always Sevgi. Why is it always Sevgi? I don't know why it's always
Because it
Sevgi.
makes things interesting.
It's always Sevgi. Okay.
You're not going to knock her out again, are you?
No, but assuming a 17 hits you, Sevgi, you take 7 points of piercing damage as this ancient spear comes whizzing by you. You turn just in time for it to catch the shoulder of the dress that you wear, or what clothing you should wear. Dress, the general term, whatever it is you are wearing. Catch the shoulder, dig into the spear point, dig into your arm, dealing 7 points of damage, and spinning you around. You almost fall over, but it lands. It is thrown past you and lands not far from the now sleeping Ander. Shiloh rides into camp. Let me.
Would the rest of us wake up from this?
You will after this surprise round is done.
Just checking.
Okay, narrowly avoids clomping on Omen. Narrowly avoids trampling Omen as Shiloh on dead Pegasus back charges into camp, reaches down towards Ander, who is unconscious at this point.
Oh.
There is her eyes again are devoid, but there's a gleam to them, almost as if there's a sense of recognition as she reaches down and grabs Redna off Ander's chest and continues galloping away.
No!
And I want everyone to roll initiative.
Dang
Fuck
it.
you, Jack.
That ruins my plan.
Let me
No,
go ahead
Redna!
and bring up the initiative tracker. Unfortunately, this took a lot longer to get to this point than I expected, as it always does. So we're almost certainly not going to get this combat done in an hour, because combat can never be done in an hour because we're playing D&D 5e, or D&D in general. So let's go ahead, and I need to move you over to this lousy excuse that I begrudgingly call a map.
Yeah, I suspected something was up when you were complaining about making maps.
Yeah, in my frustration, I let something slip. But I mean, you guys should have realized I was planning some level of combat or another.
Well, I mean, this moment you say you're making a map, I'm like, okay, there's combat coming, because you
Okay.
only seem to make maps for combat.
That's not true, but in
Mostly
this case
true.
it was. Okay, I need to move some things around. Okay, I need to move these guys, and I need to move. Let's throw this over into our combat camera, which will be a lot more impressive when we're in person and don't have very terribly drawn maps. I need to set you guys up in a camp. Let's make Bost visible.
Yeah.
Move him to the token layer. There was a chance that nobody would have found Bost and you would have just kept going or whatever. But yes, tokens are you can now click your tokens and roll for initiative.
Oh, yeah.
And I need to go back to the token layer and move you guys around.
Ha! I finally rolled a good initiative.
Ooh.
Sevgi over here.
Yeah, not bad.
Andrew over here.
I was gonna use my shatter spell, but since she has Redna, I can't do that, and now I'm upset.
I know, no AoE spells.
I know, it sucks. One time, I was ready to do it.
Andrew got a good roll too. Andrew is very concerned.
All right, good enough. Okay, I need to move these guys to the token layer.
Mhm.
And these guys to the token layer. Sevgi, as you turn around, following Shiloh through her trampling assault through your campsite, you turn around just in time to see another figure solidify out of the same mist that is now still trailing from this undead Pegasus-like form. In the shape of an undead hippogriff. Of course, it's going to do that.
Oh,
I had these working when I put them down. I finally figured out how to group tokens.
and now you forgot.
And now, well, they didn't survive unloading and loading back in. So I group these, and I move it around like that, and now they are grouped. Yes, okay. Then I highlight these. I ungroup. And then I highlight. And then I group. And I move it back to the space it was. And there we go. It's not a very large map because this was the third iteration of this map that I made at 4 o'clock this morning. I spent 6 hours making 3 different variations of this map because I was never satisfied with how it turned out. So this is what we got.
It's okay, Jack.
Okay.
I've seen far worse maps.
That is true. Okay. So, if anyone in our audience is or knows of a map maker and would like to partner with the People's Ascension, get in contact with me. Okay, so then I need to click on here. Let's see if this works now. All right.
Oh, that's how you spell her name.
Okay. Then we have this. Interesting. I will have to record that manually, I suppose. And we have on the
Oh, you don't
back
have a right.
of this undead hippogriff, you see another familiar figure.
I knew it. I knew it.
Okay, I don't know why that didn't stick, but I'll put that in manually. Four, and the hippogriff.
Wait, there's 5?
This needs to... Oh, roll 20. You were very good at some things and very bad at others. I like how the 2 mounts rolled crits. That's fun. Okay. Let's see. I think we're all... I should add...
Boss.
Yes, boss needs to be in there as well. I also need to add... need to add Ericadolin. And Bost. Do I have Bost's sheet? Yes, I do. Bost can roll initiative. Okay, and rolled really well, considering
job,
he has a 0 modifier. Then I need to do
Good job, Bob.
this. There we go. Okay. That is incorrect. That needs to be
Yeah.
a 411. Okay. Now let's see if
It happens.
if Roll20 will keep the initiative as I have posted it.
Good luck.
So let's move this. I'll move my character sheets off to the side so that I can post the turn order for the show over on the other half of this map. Over here. That looks like it'll work. Okay. Okay. So yes, we'll call that the surprise round.
Should Renda get like at least like a saving, like saving throw against getting snatched, or
Redna, for reasons, was basically unconscious.
Mm.
okay?
Redna just went through some serious mind-boggling nonsense.
I didn't know
True,
Red
true.
went unconscious.
The of course. Okay, I'm just going to ungroup these. This isn't going to work. The Hippogriff and Sagana actually take the action that they would have during this ambush to move and fly upwards. So they are now 50 feet in the air. Okay. With that, we have people. With that, we go to our turn order. The mounts are take the initiative of their riders, but I included them if for some reason the riders are no longer on their mounts. So we will go down to Charlotte.
She shouldn't be next.
It's not in order.
It's not in order
Yeah.
anymore.
That's not in order.
I was like, she shouldn't be next.
Okay. So the Hippogriff is also a mount that'll go during Sagana's turn. Aquila, you are asleep. This commotion would wake you up, but that is your turn.
Waking up?
Yes.
What?
Waking up and getting your mind together. I mean, this. Remember, 6 second rounds. This commotion woke you up, and you are just realizing that something is going on.
I'm saying I can't even stand up.
Because you rolled this well on initiative, I will allow you to stand up.
Okay. Cool.
Unfortunately, unless I am blanking on it, because we don't usually get into a lot of these situations. I don't think there's really any rules for what happened, how long it takes to wake up and join combat. Not that I want to be fair to everybody.
Well, I feel like since we are established adventurers, we would always like be able to wake up ready to fight anyway, in case of danger.
I mean, again, 6 seconds. 6 seconds, guys.
Yeah.
6 seconds is a really short amount of time.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, I'd say anything 15 or above could probably do it.
Let's see. We have a small chat. Anyone in chat know if there's a particular rule for this? As I very quickly try to search for this, and if I don't find anything, we're just going to go with what I initially said. I mean, there's rules for surprise, but there's not really any specific orders as far as sleeping. But in my mind, it would take you a little bit to wake up. So resting, maybe under the resting tab here. Nope. Okay, so we're just going to move on because it doesn't seem to be covered in the resting section. Okay. Yeah. So we'll go with what Aquila said. Anyone 15 or higher can at least groggily stand up. Because that sounds good to me. Bost is asleep and will groggily stand up. Ander. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Yeah, you wake up, groggily stand up, realize you don't have Redna on you. Turn, and there's still a slight
Panic.
telepathic communication that kind of pulls you in Redna's direction, and you can see in Shilohway's arm Redna in a short spear kind of form. Shilohway looks down at it quizzically, like, "What is this?" And is beginning to gallop away and begin to arc back. But Shilohway now has Redna. That, however, is your 6 seconds turn. You stand up, gradually get to your feet, and realize what is going on. Omen will throw you into that same situation. And Tali, you are actually awake.
I'm already up. Yeah, still kitted from the previous day or the
That is true.
current
Right.
previous day. So, Ganda's like right here next to me on her undead griffin.
Right next to you and 50 feet up in the air.
Oh,
But
right, up in the air. That's right.
She still has spells.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide who to go after, honestly. It's like, I really want to help Redna, but I can get Sagana. Uh, uh, I'll just use Shatter upwards at Sagana. That range is 60 feet, and he said she's 50 feet up, right? That should reach.
Make sure you're not gonna get caught in it.
Oh, it's only a 10-foot radius sphere, so.
Oh, okay.
So she has to make a Constitution saving throw.
okay.
Which hopefully she doesn't have great.
Wait, I can. Where is it? Here somewhere. I can click it. What level's the second level? Water. Freedom of. What? Oh, wait, there it is. Click. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Just to make absolutely sure, I did do a quick Google search, and there are rules for how to wake somebody up, but there are no rules for what sort of action economy it takes to make up. And Wizards of the Coast is just like do whatever makes sense.
Okay.
Because that's Wizards of the Coast for you.
Yeah.
So
So there's a couple of rulings for it. Essentially, so the only condition that is applied to somebody who's asleep is the unconscious condition,
right.
which states that that creature is entirely unaware of their surroundings.
Right.
Obviously, meditation negates that a little bit. So usually, I think it's the surprise condition. I know you use surprise rounds. 5e replace that with the surprise condition, which basically says you don't get to act on your first turn.
Yeah.
Is what the
Yeah.
surprise condition is. So
Yeah.
I would have ruled it the same way.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I always confuse 3.5 surprise with how it's slightly different in 5th edition. Everybody drink.
Take a shot.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna go with this. Let's get back to what we are doing. Okay, so Sagana and the Hippogriff need to make a save. This is a DC
Constitution
14
saving.
con save.
Show is.
Show enough.
That is
show.
a
Hey.
fail for the Hippogriff, and that's gonna hurt. And Sagana. Let me check things here. again, with not enough room on my my monitor.
Deck needs more monitors.
Always need more monitors. And that is a pass for Sagana. So how much damage does it do?
3d8.
That is 14 for the hippogriff and 7 for the
For the
Sagana.
Sagana.
Yeah. For the liar.
Okay. Yes, let me write down everybody here because Roll20 doesn't do a great job of tracking hit points.
Yeah.
Okay, Sagana. Or at least I have yet to figure out exactly how it works. I know it can, but it doesn't. What am I doing here? Yeah, I just need to keep track of the NPCs. I don't need to keep track of you guys.
Theoretically.
And bossed. So that's only 5 things I need to keep track of, right? I think so. Okay, so the hip. I have Sagana's sheet up at this point. Okay, how much did you do to Sagana? She takes half?
7.
7.
Yeah.
7 lightning thunder damage?
A thunder.
Okay.
I believe.
And the
I was Yeah. I was
hippogriff.
probably the next.
Hippogriff take 14.
Okay, gotcha. Anything else on your turn?
Nah.
All right. Then we go down to Charleroi. Who again is taking a look at this this tiny spear that is Redna. Let's see. Sagana, am I going to be able to move these? No. All right.
We can move one of them.
I don't know why it worked previously, and it's not working now. We are just going to acknowledge that the riders are on their creatures.
Sure.
Okay. So. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, Ander. Right, cool. So, Shiloh is going to make a perception check because she's looking for her spear. Of course, it's hidden away inside a bag, so this isn't going to work. But she is going to make the attempt nonetheless. Not seeing it, she is going to ride for the last thing that her soulbound connection was connected to, and gallop towards Ander. Spear out in a jousting position. It's not as long as a proper lance, but she will gallop up and sort of thrust the spear in your direction.
Wasn't she holding Redna?
Didn't you throw the spear already?
Yeah. Yeah,
she
she threw the spear and picked up
She did
Redna.
throw the spear. She threw the spear and picked up Redna. Yeah, so she will. Yeah, so she's going to ride up and try to stab you with Redna.
Redna would never.
Redna,
I
no.
hope not.
I mean, there's
Sharp-
not much. There's
how
not much
sharp is
reach,
Redna?
but. No, I mean that doesn't make any sense. She would gallop
No.
away. She would just sort of like. Honestly, just toss Redna. She doesn't know what that is.
Really?
Redna is clumped out in the dirt somewhere over here. There's Redna.
Oh. Or red now.
And she will, take a short sword out from her belt and gallop up and try to hit Ander. Okay, where am I? I need to be up here. I will make the attacks using a yes, I believe the spear and a short sword are both d6s, so that's not going to really change anything. So I can just use the same attack here.
Oof.
Okay, Ander, you take 7 points of piercing damage. She gets a follow-up swing as she continues to gallop away. Presuming a 15 hits you. Another 6
Yep.
points of piercing damage. As she continues to gallop past you. Up here, she didn't have much room after that. Okay, so she moves up there. And she's going to rear Erika Delin back and have it plump back down, sort of twisting as it rears to turn itself around. Okay. Then it is Sagana's turn.
He's up in the sky.
Sagana is going to... Okay. Yes. Holly, you can just make out Sagana takes... she opens up a pouch at her hip and takes out a small twig, you can see. Slightly petrified and gray, perhaps something that was picked up in the Fields of Peace. She takes it out, grabs the two ends of it, and pulls almost wishbone style. And there's a snap of gray energy that shoots into her eyes, and she surveys the area and points down at
Oh.
Akila's bag. The griffin is then going to move... move over here and 30 feet closer to the 20 feet closer to the ground, so it's 30 feet off the ground at this point and over in that direction. Sevgi, you are awake, so you get to go.
All right. So.
Can't really move the map side to side, so I think that's the best view I'm going to be able to give you guys. Okay.
I'm
You do
I'm not
have
sure,
all
to
of your
be
spell
completely honest.
slots. Let's try to help Sevki out here. Let's see. You have your typical your go-to lightning cantrip, which has, you know, fairly consistent range, I
That
believe.
served you well.
That has 120-foot range, so you can hit anybody on the field. If you want to blow a larger spell, you have a lot of offensive abilities. Ice knife that bursts
Yeah.
into an area, so you could be able to hit both a rider and a mount with that. If you
So
want to
magic
try
missile.
to, there's always magic missile. Cloud of Daggers is a good area of denial spell, if I remember correctly. It'll shred anything within there, but it will prevent enemies from getting within what is that? Cloud of Daggers. A 5-foot cube, so it's one square. If they move through that one square, they take some slashing damage. And then, of course, your higher level spells would just really pretty much do a whole bunch more damage.
Yeah.
Presumably, this is the only combat you're going to get into for the rest of the day, and then you'll go to sleep. So you can blow all of these spell slots. You don't need to be conservative about them.
Oh yeah, that is true, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's true. That always
Like,
always
use 'em
gets
if you
me.
got
It's like,
'em.
oh no, I don't want to blow my spells.
I think I might.
Now is the time to blow them all.
Presuming you survive, you will then go to sleep and get all your spell slots back.
Yeah.
So we need to survive.
I guess I'm gonna use ice knife. I just
Interesting.
Ice Knife is a 60-foot range. 10, 15, 20, 20. You'd have to move a little bit to your left if you want to hit Sagana and the Hippogriff. Still well within range with probably, say, 20
Yeah.
feet of movement. Or you could hit Shailua easily from where you're at.
Just make sure not to hit
I will
anyone
also
else.
give you this. The
that's what I'm worried
Hippogriff-
about.
The Hippogriff looks rough after that shatter spell.
Haha.
It.
Well, I'll go for the hippogriff then.
Love to get Sagana out of the air.
Too bad she's not 50 feet in the air. She could have fell 50 feet into the ground.
She was 50 feet in the air.
Needs to be. She needs to go back up so she can fall down. Her death.
So with
Arc.
Ice Knife, that's a ranged spell attack.
Yep.
You can target either the Hippogriff or Sagana, but hit or miss, it will explode and do damage to whichever one you don't target, I believe.
Let's see. Hit the Hippogriff.
On the
Because then
on
it's
a
Sagana
hit.
falls.
Yeah. On a hit,
the
it would take
The hippogriff is off to
1d10
the
damage.
left, correct?
What's that?
The hippogriff is off to the left, if I'm not mistaken. Correct.
Yes, the Hippogriff
he-
is
Okay.
this one. Yeah, my
Okay.
poker isn't working. Yeah, Christian got it, or Taylor got
No,
it.
you're fine.
Yeah. Christian's pink.
That one's me.
Okay, a 17 will hit. Who were you targeting? The Hippogriff or Sagana?
The hippogriff.
Okay. So
Actually, no. Okay, yeah.
yeah, so the Hippogriff will take 3 piercing damage. And hit or miss, the shard then explodes the target, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed a dexterity saving throw. Save of 14. So the Hippogriff and Sagana again need to make a dex save. So that is a dex save of 18. The Hippogriff is okay. Yeah, it's all or nothing. So the
Mhm.
shards miss the hippogriff, and Sagana with a dex save as well. She does get hit. So the hippogriff does move
2d6.
enough in the air that when the ice knife explodes, it sends its icy shrapnel sort of up in the air, which sprays into Sagana, and she takes 7 points. Okay.
Wait, no, she takes 2d6.
Oh yeah, because that's the saving
Oh.
throw, not the damage, right?
Oh no, wait, it's 2d6 right there. Never mind. Okay, I understand. I
Oh,
was
yeah, I see it.
Because there's the 1d. What is this 3 up here?
I don't know, because it looks like it should be the 8 piercing
Yeah, the
damage for it.
piercing is 8, so not 3. It would take an additional 5 damage. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha. There we go.
Did.
I'll have to go back and look on your sheet and see what that 3 came up from. But we'll do that.
Yeah, I'm not
later.
sure why that's there.
Yeah. Okay.
Fun times.
Yeah, because that's not your arcane rage, and your little charm thing shouldn't be giving you a bonus to this particular spell because it's not lightning magic. So let's we'll keep going. Then we have Erika Delin, and the Griffin, and we are back to Aquila.
Cool. So, any chance I can have the stats on the Star Spear?
Well, I don't believe that we were. I can read you the
We're
stats on
not
Star Spear.
streaming.
Let's see. It's
Oh,
currently
shoot.
in stiletto form, which does a D4 damage,
Mm-hmm.
and it has the properties finesse, light, and thrown, which with a range of 20 to 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
The Star Spear is a 1d6 piercing damage. Or you could use your action to launch a force bolt with a range of 100/400, which will deal 2d6 damage. It is a spell attack using your spellcasting modifier because it works as a.
Don't think I have one.
You don't have one, so you would not be proficient with it, but you would attack using your wisdom stat. So it would just be a d20 plus wisdom for the force bolt.
Okay.
It takes a bonus action to change the weapon's form up or down by 1 degree.
Okay. Cool.
There is also the lance if you're interested in that. That's a D10 with reach and two-handed.
Not right now, not. Because I mean, I'm gonna guess Aquila is really right by her bag.
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah, she's gonna reach in and grab it.
Okay.
And
it is an action to rifle through your bag and equip said item.
Yep. And gonna sort of twist and pull it out into the spear form.
Okay. Yeah, you grab at it, you twist, which really isn't necessary because you just will it
I know,
to
but she's
elongate.
I know, but it's just it's like nope.
And it
Anyway,
elongates into the Star Spear.
And you know, definitely looking at Charleway the entire time she's
Okay.
right here.
Any movement?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be out here, get away from other people.
Okay. Then we go down to Bost. What is Bost going to do? He
What is Buck?
I don't.
Yeah, that's a good
think,
question.
Bost is just down here. He has the blue token. He should be on the same layer as everybody else.
Think I see
Mm-mm.
him.
I mean, I see him right here.
I see him.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It was one of those like, wait, that's not a familiar pose. Oh, that must be Bost.
Yep, that's Bost. So,
Forgot he was
Bost.
here. So.
Bost has some new things he can do.
Dang.
Okay, bear with me while I familiarize myself with one of many NPCs that have had a level increase since we've last seen them.
For them.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so he looks over at Aquila, who is a little absent-minded at the moment, focused with intent rage on Shiloh. Bost, however, recognizes a bit what is going on and moves over and stands just next to Aquila, and will hold his action, keeping his eyes darting back and forth between Shiloh on Undead Pegasus back and back to Aquila, trying to judge the space between the two of them and anticipate what is going to happen. Then we are at Ander.
Alrighty. Can I see and/or sense where she chucked Redna?
Yes, you would be able to tap into your telepathic connection with Redna, and Redna is the black circle
Right.
over yonder. Yep.
That. Since she just came rushing at me, I'm first gonna throw up Armor of Zadok and then start running to where Redna is.
Okay.
I didn't tell you to do that, but okay. And now making the ruler out. Nope, not move. I really wish you could just like have your character jump to wherever you left the ruler. All right. And I think that's it for me.
Okay. Okay. Where are we at? That's all. Yeah, you cast your armor, right? And then moved.
Yep.
Okay. We are down to Omen, who is just starting to collect himself.
Yep. Yeah. Omen. We didn't talk about it. I thought about it briefly. Just trying to determine what Omen's armor situation is right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah. As far as sleeping in armor, Omen has heavy armor.
Be very comfy.
yeah, knowing that we weren't going to have the dome, I feel like he would have left his armor on
Mm-hmm.
in case something like this happened.
Yeah, I feel like Akila probably
Makes sense for
put in
Omen.
her armor too.
Mm-hmm.
Logical.
Well,
Do you make that
Akila
check
would probably-
at the beginning of your rest or at the end?
good question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Akila literally just started her rest, so
Yeah, so it's not going to affect Tequila. Not really. I'll be nice there.
thank you. I do appreciate that.
Again, something else that is not covered in the rest section.
Yeah. It's not the best organized book in some ways.
Not really. I've seen better. I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah,
But
I
I've seen
mean,
better.
it
Yeah.
it doesn't help that their stuff is spread out over so many books.
It's in Xanathar's anyway.
It's in Xanathar's. Of course it's in Xanathar's, because why would you include that in either of the two original books?
Because it's Xanathar's guide to every.
When you finish a long rest,
Ah,
you regain only 1/4 of your spent hit dice, and you don't reduce your exhaustion level.
Okay, cool. You're good.
oh, okay. Well, no one was
Simple
exhausted.
enough.
So
And it
that's
works
fine.
out.
Yeah. So
Something else that was different in 3.5. Cheers.
Take a shot. Yeah, we need that, but we need that emote.
Just a shot glass that says 3.5.
You pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
With some amount of liquid in the shot.
Disclaimer: do not drive after playing this game.
how high off the ground is Hippogriff?
Hippogriff is 30 feet off the ground.
Alright.
It is, however, faltering and losing altitude quickly.
Good.
I am going to move to there.
And be awesome.
I'm going to cast Blur. Well, no. I'm going to cast Magic Weapon.
Okay.
Why it wants me to roll. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Let's Shalaway's going to take her second round before Tali.
What?
Shilaway.
Wait your turn.
Nope.
Oh,
She doesn't have
but
to.
Tali's. But what?
You've seen this mechanic before.
I was gonna do.
Oh, god damn it!
something.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, I get
Yep.
I don't like it though.
Okay. So. Okay. All right.
it.
All right.
This one is
Yep.
legendary.
Just ruins my
things,
plan.
or-
Yeah.
Okay. So. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm having fun with this. Okay.
I can tell.
At the end of Omen's turn, actually, before she even takes her Paragon turn, at the end of Omen's turn, Shalloway is going to call out to Sagana. Actually, I don't believe that's how that works. Let me double check that. I wrote these rules, but let me double check how they work. Right, that's not how that works. Okay, she's not going to do that. Doesn't have any of those abilities at the moment. Okay, not going to worry about that. She'll do that. Okay, Shilaway is going to...
Here comes another book.
Yep, always shuffling through books. They're all in different places, and only some of the rules are on Roll20. Let's see here. Okay. Or she could do this. Stop that. There we go.
Can she though?
Okay. Let's go. Ooh, well, that's an easy decision. I forgot she could do this. Okay,
Oh.
Aquila,
Mm-hmm.
I need you.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this such a long spell?
Oh no, is it one you made up?
No, it's not. It's just a
Oh,
really long spell.
okay.
Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Okay, you're fine.
Theoretically, that's my best one. It's
Mm-hmm.
not been working great recently, but theoretically.
Okay. Yes, you can see. She rears back. Her mount rears back. She holds up her shield, the white wood boss upon it, glowing in the moonlight. And she looks over in your direction and just actually shouts out in a language you don't understand. But Tali, you can roughly make out what equates to drop it. But Aquila, you feel you're under no compulsion to actually do so.
Yeah, I don't know what she said, but in Celestial, Akila's going to reply, "Fuck you."
Tali.
Not necessarily exactly that, but just something defined.
All right. So what I'm going to do is call me some lightning here.
Yes.
And I'm gonna put it right
I
there.
mean, it's got a 60-foot radius. What does it matter?
It strikes down, and people within 5 feet of that place get hit.
Well, yeah.
But I can hit anybody in a 60-foot radius, basically. I think.
The storm.
Yeah.
So
The storm appears in a shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall and 60 foot in radius, centered on a point that you can see. So where are you centering this point?
there.
I don't think it. Let's see. What is the size of the map here? Is it more than 120 feet? It is exactly 120 feet that way and that way. So it doesn't matter. You can hit anywhere on this map.
Center. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! I can kill some fish in the water too if I wanted to.
No,
But I'm not gonna
not
do.
yet.
So
Okay.
what I'm gonna do is just put it in the middle
Hold
and.
hold up.
Uh-huh. Actually, is that math right?
Okay. You can
Sir.
Let me check something. Okay. Okay. That is, yeah. You go to summon your lightning cloud. You shout out
Oh
the
no,
verbal components. Looking up at the
counterspell.
sky, you can feel the clouds beginning to form as you cluster them together, and it almost gets to a funnel before it just disappears, dissipates back into the atmosphere.
Oh my
Counterspelled you.
god! I hate these people. I hate these people so much.
I love mages.
Ah,
I love
okay.
me some wizards.
I hate
We
her.
know you love wizards.
I hate her with a passion.
Good.
Oh my god. This is insulting. I've never been counterspelled before. How dare she?
Isn't it fun?
Oh my god. This is...
Yeah. Andrew's
No,
not going to
I
spend
hate
his
it.
other
I hate
counter
her.
spell slot.
I'm
Oh, hello.
focused right now.
It's okay. I wasn't actually criticizing you.
I
was
might have, if I was paying more attention to the fight, I might have just to fuck with Sagana, but at the moment, yeah, he's focused on.
No, I get it. It's Redna.
Yeah, I guess that's my turn then, since I can't cast my dang spell.
Nope. Okay.
Freaking.
Back down to Shilohway's original action. Seeing that did not work, she's just going to charge.
Cool.
Talia, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Wait, what? Oh,
All right.
right, she's in the way.
Do I think I might have something for that. Do I have a feature or trait for that? No. No. Okay. Well, yeah. So, crap. Where'd my character sheet go? There it is. It's a dexterity saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
17. Yes, that is enough. You dodge out of the way just in time for this undead Pegasus to gallop past you. The wing sort of smacks you on the back as you spin out of the way, but you don't take any damage from it and remain on your feet. It comes charging towards Aquila.
Yep.
You would
If
actually get
sh-
an attack of opportunity.
Okay, yeah, that was my question.
Yep.
Cool. Summertime. Ooh. That is a 20
Who's
to
it
hit.
hitting? I was saying, but who's it hitting?
Girl.
Yes, who is it hitting? Are you targeting the mount or Sagana? Or not Sagana, Shiloh?
The amount, probably. I mean, it's the biggest target, so might as well.
Okay.
Her biggest asset.
Yes, that will hit.
At the moment.
Yeah.
8.
Okay. 8 damage. Okay, gotcha. 8 damage. Okay. Aquila now.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see how this is going to work. No, I don't have these problems looking things up when I'm prepping for things, but as soon as I think of something I did not think of before, nothing is ever where it's supposed to be. Let's see.
Never where you need it to be.
Never where I need it to be. Okay, so I need.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, because that's half of the rule there, and then I need to go all the way back over this way and find the other half of the rule in a different section.
Mm-hmm.
Let's. Yes. Okay. There we go. That'll work for me. Aquila.
Yeah.
Shiloh rides up, lifts her shield up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
The Whitewood boss again gleaming in Mina's vibrant, bright moonlight. It actually pulls in some more of that light.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she's going to try to smack you.
Okay.
A 10 is not going to work.
No.
She slams down with her shield. You dodge out of the way, and she brings it up in a backhand. A 21,
that one will
I
hit.
assume, will hit you.
Yep.
You take, it is not actually the spear.
Yeah.
I don't believe I wrote down exactly what we were just using. I believe we were just using like a regular mace rule for that because it's just an improvised weapon. So you will take a d6 of damage.
Okay.
Plus her strength. So actually, it would have been just a d6. I'll give you the 9 damage. You take 9 damage.
Wait.
Plus.
Oh, okay.
Plus. Plus, I need you to make a con save.
Yep.
You take an additional 15 radiant damage. And you are now...
I'm doing Stone's Endurance.
Okay, you can roll that. You are, however, now blinded.
Wait. Hold on a sec. Okay. So, yeah. I do Stone's Endurance.
Yes.
So 14 points of damage I negate. So I take 10.
Okay. You are also now blinded, which means you cannot see her as she reaches down and yanks at the spear in your hand.
Yeah, still she's holding on to it though.
Yes, make a athletics check with disadvantage.
What disadvantage? I'm just holding on to the damn.
Yes, but you are not immediately aware that she is grabbing onto it. And this is how the rules work.
Still, disagree. I disagree.
You are free to do so, but you still have to roll.
Roll what? I did.
Did you? Okay. Yes, you rolled a 12. She rolled a 14.
Massively disagree with that rule.
You are gripping at it as you would any other weapon. You, however, just took a massive blow to the head. You are blinded, reeling back, and unaware that she is quick enough to make a third grasp at your being. You move back into a defensive stance, and your movement backwards, coupled with her unexpected pulling forward, rips the spear from your hand. Okay. She has her Starlance back. That is... Let's see, how far did she move? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Moves over here. Okay. Then we are at Sagana's turn. Sagana. She used... Okay. Ooh. Yeah, that's how that's going to work. I believe that's how that's going to work. Where's my ruler? Yes, so she's going to move over here. Her griffin's going to move over here. She is now only 10 feet off the ground. Flying just next to, but raised 10 feet off the ground from where Shiloah is. She points over in the direction of the party, and actually points a little bit back beyond. I don't think anybody has taken a significant amount of damage yet, so I don't need to feel too terrible about what I'm about to do. Okay. Sagana, again, reaches into a bag next to her, and she pulls out a small glass vial of this crushed black substance, bites the cork off of it, spits it onto the ground, pours it into her hand, grasps it into a tight fist, and points over in between the entirety of the party.
I'm gonna counterspell her since she's right in front of me,
Okay.
and I'm charging. Since she moved right in front of me and down, she is literally between me and Redna now.
Yep.
So actually, be fully
you-
in my
Can you ping that for me?
counterspell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because you're gonna have to roll for this.
Okay.
Okay.
No, it's cast at 4th level?
It's cast at some level.
4th
Oh,
level.
okay. Mine is 4th level.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you still need to roll for it.
Well, she needs to. If the casting a spell at 4th level or higher, or well, if casting a spell higher than the level you're casting at, so higher than 4th level, DC equals 10 plus the spell's level, so 14.
That's what you have to roll to be able
Oh,
to beat
is
it.
it me?
Hmm?
Oh
If
yeah,
casting
never
a
mind.
spell of 4th level or
I see at the
higher,
very
yeah,
end.
make an ability check using your spellcaster ability. The DC that you need to beat
Yeah,
is then listed. Yeah.
I see it at the end. Normally DC is for someone else when it's listed on your ability, so that's
Yeah,
why I was.
yeah.
All right. So that's just a charisma check then for me.
Mhm.
Is it? Well, so I need to know what the level is to know, or I guess, well, you'll just tell me if
Yeah,
I.
you will
did it.
roll, and I will tell you whether you succeed or not.
Okay. Is it, since I don't think I've had to do this before, is it just the charisma, or do I get my spellcasting modifier? And no, just
Make an
and
ability
build-
check using your spellcasting ability.
okay.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
you don't get proficiency.
it's just D20 plus charisma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's an ability check, not a skill check. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay. What do you do to counterspell? What does that look like?
Actually, you know what? Since he is focused and charging, he just sees her going to do she drops down in front of him, and he sees her doing something arcane, and just instinctively, kind of feeling magic being pulled together in front of him, just just absent-mindedly, just kind of taps into the book, his conduit to Zadok.
Mm-hmm.
Since he's focused on Redna right now, and just bats it away, essentially.
Okay. Ander, you gaze into her eyes, draw on the energy of your book, mutter something in a language that the people around you don't even understand how you vocalized such a sound. You swipe your hand backwards, and there is this almost just very quick oil slick like ripple in reality where you can see the barest of a star field beyond before it dissipates with the wave of your hand. And Sagana is left there gripping, finger pointed just behind you, with that wicked smile on her face again as her hand glows black, moves up to the point of her finger and shoots down, your counterspell not being enough to counterspell her spell. A black ray of energy shoots just past you, actually, and hits probably 15 or so feet back in between Tali and Sevgi. And I need everybody to make me a con save. I also need to roll for Bost, because Bost is here as well. It's a con save for Bost. He's good at those. Okay. Okay, is that everybody? Akila, Tali, Omen, Sevgi, Bost.
Anders up above Aquila.
Anders just above. Okay. Ander, you take 14 points of necrotic damage. Aquila, you take 28 points of necrotic damage. Tali, you take 8. Or 14. I don't know where I got 8 from. Tali, you take 14.
I mean, I don't mind taking 8.
No, you take 14. Omen, you take the 28. Sevgi, you take 28. And Bost takes the 14. Okay, so yes, this wave of black energy. A few of you follow the pinprick, lightning fast ray of black energy as it shoots past you and slams into the ground. And there's a briefest of moments where it just looks like she missed and it fizzled. And then there is this expansion of a black sphere that just erupts. It doesn't stay like Anders. It doesn't have the void behind it, but it is just an absence of everything for a split second, as you can feel life force as this blast of negative energy moves past you, just drain from you. You feel like you've just lost an amount of your vitality. And it does, as quick as it came, dissipate. And Sagana, for her movement, is, actually, Sagana is going to dismount the hippogriff and get on the back of a Ricadillin with Shiloh. Okay, let's finish up this round with Sevgi, and then we can leave the rest of this combat, or what will come of this, for next week. Sevgi.
Okay. Let's see. I guess I will. I guess I'll magic missile Shiloh away.
Okay. That's a guaranteed hit, so go ahead and roll damage.
I guess
Oh.
23 points.
Oh, nice. That's near a max roll. 28
That's pretty
points of force damage. Very good. As, 6 arcane bolts fly out of the top of Sevgi's staff and actually move around. 5? You rolled 4d6.
Oh,
You
wait,
rolled
let me do one
66.
more. Yeah, let me do.
That's
Let me
5d4.
do one more.
5d4.
5d.
Oh, D4.
Yeah, that
Whoopsie.
was 5. Yeah, 1, 2,
I'm having
3.
a bad
Okay.
day.
I can't count. You're fine. You're 18.
It says
18,
5d4 right
18
at the
plus
D4
right
now.
by her name.
5, so 23.
Plus
Okay.
the extra.
Yes.
Well, plus the extra 3 points right there.
What is that for?
Actually,
her
just take
sixth
that out.
bolt?
Don't ignore that.
Oh, okay.
I was
Yeah,
rolled again.
I misspoke. That is 23 points of damage on Shiloh.
okay.
Okay. With that, I think we're going to call it there. It is past our usual time, but that does seem to be how it goes, especially when we get into combat. We won't be finishing this combat today. We will have to save it for next week, and we will see what happens now that Shiloh does have her Spear of the Heavens back. At least for the short term. Okay. At the moment, both of these creatures, Sagana, are now moved from one to the other, is continuing away, but there is no guarantee they won't turn around and see if they can rid you of the nuisance that you have become. And we'll pick up next week. That's where we're going to end it here.
Bye.
Okay. So thank you for tuning in. I see we had some people show up. Christian has been quite generous, handing out the first of our gifted subs. I will also remind everybody that as far as I'm aware, gift subs are on a discount right now. So if you know somebody who you think would enjoy our channel and the benefits that are soon to come, go ahead and pick up some subscription, some gift subscriptions, and throw them out. See if you can bring new people into the People's Ascension. And yeah, in the coming week, we will work on establishing what the emotes will be and what the badges will be. That will be a conversation in our Discord. So if you would like to be a part of that conversation, and as members of our guild and our community, I welcome you all to come down to our Discord and be part of that conversation. I'll probably be talking about various things on Twitter as well. So if you don't follow us on Twitter, go over there. If you're not part of our Discord, check down at the cards just down below, and come hang out with us on our Discord and be part of that conversation. And yeah, we'll work on emotes and badges, and subs will also, as soon as I figure out how, get access to the currently locked portions of the Discord that are reserved for Patreons. So that's another way to get into the higher conversation levels of our guild, our community Discord. But of course, if you want to support our show on a more consistent basis and get rewards for it, like the after show we're about to do, so Aquila can yell at me, you can go over on Patreon, and for what I think is modest support for our fledgling channel, you can get after shows and lore drops, and now that we are affiliate, I'll be giving now that we're affiliate, and with the growth of our community, I'll be giving these guys homework for insight in their characters and how they were built and what they're thinking, and interviews and yada yada, things to reward you for your support. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out. We had a couple people in chat. Thank you, Croyle, for the congratulations on affiliate. It's fantastic. It's an honor to have a community
Exciting.
like this. Very exciting, and very much looking forward to it growing and getting more people into this community. I'm part of a number of really nice Discord channels that have a lot of really nice conversation, D&D related or not, and I would love to have a space of that of my own. So yeah, if you want to just talk shop or just hang out, Discord and Twitter are a good place for that. Anyway, we are going to do an after show now, and I'm sure this one's going to be a doozy. I have some things to say. This as things always do. This took a little longer to get to this point. I didn't even know if we were going to get to this point or not, because it was kind of coin flip as I was prepping this as to whether I thought the party was actually going to meet Bost halfway, or if he was never going to show up at Cairquin at all, and they finally have to come down here and find him dead on the ground somewhere. I'm glad that didn't happen. So if you want to hear the rest of that train of thought, you can check out our after shows. Until then, this will take a day or two to get posted to YouTube. Go tell your friends to check out this episode if they missed it. Check out our previous episodes if they want to get caught up. And that's what we got. So because it's a crazy world out there, and it's a mess. It's cold, and all kinds of things are happening in various places with lots of water or no water or lots of snow or power outages and whatnot. Just stay safe, stay healthy, do what you can to keep your spirits up, try to keep having fun, and if you can, check us out next week for another episode of the People's Ascension. Bye, guys. If I do it this way, it looks like less of a tomato. It's a heart with wings, or no, I don't know how people do this. I'm really, I don't know. Tomato. Bye, everybody. Thanks for joining. We'll see you next week or throughout the week with our other shows that we do. Good night, everybody.